Ding. Would the host like to claim the system rewards? Ding. Would the host like to claim the system rewards? Ding. For sake, are you going to claim the system rewards or not? Autobots transform. Do. Lin Bei completely ignored the mechanical voice in his head, arms held up, running wild across his 200-square-meter bedroom. The luxuriously decorated room was filled with all sorts of toys, toy cars, transformers, Pikachu dolls, water guns, and so on. At the doorway stood a group of people in white lab coats and a middle-aged man in an expensive suit. They all frowned as they looked at Lin Bei inside the room. Dr. Wang, how did my son end up like this? Lin Xiangdong demanded. Mr. Lin, due to the car accident, the young master suffered brain damage, resulting in intellectual disability, commonly known as being mentally challenged. Dr. Wang began to explain. Lin Xiangdong seemed somewhat unwilling to accept this fact. But my son was perfectly fine yesterday. How is he mentally challenged today? This? Dr. Wang seemed a bit troubled. As for research on the human brain, current technology still can't explain many things. We suspect that young Master Lin has multiple personality disorder. One personality has an intellectual disability, with the IQ of a 6-year-old child, while the other personality is incredibly brilliant, with an IQ that exceeds human limits. Cough! Lin Xiangdong felt a tightness in his chest and began to cough violently. His own son is both mentally challenged and has multiple personality disorder. What is he supposed to do? Dr. Wang, when can my son be cured? There is currently no cure. We can only wait for his two personalities to slowly merge. Perhaps he will return to normal then. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Xiangdong covered his mouth and had another fit of coughing, with faint traces of blood appearing between his fingers. He took out a white handkerchief to wipe it away, not paying much attention to it. You've worked hard these past few days, go get some rest. All right, Mr. Lin. Dr. Wang turned to leave, but couldn't help but offer a reminder. Mr. Lin, you need to take care of your own health too. Although the cancer cells have started to spread, with active treatment, you could live at least another year. Yeah, I know. Lin Xiangdong's face darkened, a flicker of sorrow in his eyes, and he seemed to age significantly in an instant. After the doctors had all left, Lin Xiangdong pushed open the door and walked into his son's room. Don't move. Hands up. Lin Bei held a water gun, aiming it at his father. Lin Xiangdong looked at his 20-something-year-old son, who now looked like someone with a disability, and his heart felt terrible. But he still cooperated and raised his hands. All right, I won't move. Pew, pew, pew. If you move, I'll shoot. Nya, 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 nya. After spraying water all over his father's face, Lin Bei ran off wildly to play with his Pikachu again. Lin Xiangdong squinted his eyes and wiped his face with a handkerchief. He felt melancholy inside. Lin Bei's car accident was definitely not a coincidence. Someone must have done it on purpose. As the head of several multinational companies, Lin Xiangdong's net worth had long exceeded 100 billion, often making him a target for kidnappers or assassins. Not to mention, he had offended plenty of people back when he was building his career. So he suspected that his son's accident was an act of retaliation. Besides, the world was no longer what it used to be, with freak occurrences happening frequently. Lin Xiangdong had seen with his own eyes a bird in the sky turn as large as a pterodactyl, grabbing pedestrians on the road and throwing them from high altitudes. Splat! They hit the ground and were smashed to pieces, a horrific death. It's said that in some foreign places, a blood moon hung in the sky, raining red rain, and many people turned into flesh-eating, blood-drinking zombie monsters. In certain regions of the Dragon Kingdom, superpowered individuals were awakening. The Dragon Kingdom established the Superpower Administration to exercise unified control. In short, the whole world had changed drastically, teetering on the brink, with people living in fear and chaos. For a wealthy man like Lin Xiangdong, his situation was even more dangerous. Sigh, anyway, my time is running out. I won't live much longer. The key is... Lin Jiangdong looked at Lin Bei. What will happen if my son stays mentally challenged? Lin Jiangdong said with a worried look. Son, when will your illness get better? I'm not sick. I'm just fine. I think you're the one who's sick. Your whole family is sick. Lin Bei said indignantly. Lin Jiangdong. Cough. He covered his mouth with the white handkerchief, coughing in frustration. Traces of blood appeared on the handkerchief. Lin Bei turned his head to look. See, I told you you're sick. Lin Jiangdong felt a tightness in his chest, but he had no strength to retort. He was in the terminal stage of lung cancer. According to Dr. Wang, he had a year left to live. Son, Dad can only be with you for 1 more year. Dad can take care of you for a while, but not for a lifetime. From now on, the path ahead, you'll have to rely on yourself. Lin Bei stopped playing with his Pikachu, turned to look at his father, and a look of deep thought appeared on his face. Lin Jiangdong felt somewhat comforted. Although his son is mentally challenged, it seems he still knows how to care about him. But don't worry, in this coming year, Dad will definitely protect you and won't let anyone hurt you again. Dad, I want to go to a funeral feast. Lin Jiangdong walked out of his son's room and instructed the bodyguards in the hallway. Keep the young master safe. Yes, don't worry, Mr. Lin. The bodyguards in black nodded in agreement. Lin Bei survived the accident, but even though he's now mentally challenged, the culprit likely won't give up, so extra caution is needed. Night fell. The stars were twinkling. Lin Bei's manor was huge. How big exactly? Rumor has it that the nanny and the security guard broke up because they were in a long-distance relationship. Ding! Would the host like to claim the system rewards? Ding! For sake, at least answer me. The system's weak, frustrated voice echoed. Lin Bei sat on his bed, wrapping himself tightly in his little quilt, his eyes darting around in the darkness. Heh, there's always some villain trying to get me. Can't fall asleep. So boring. Want to go out and play. But that group of black-clad morons at the door won't let me out. Who's going to come and play with me? At that moment, a black-clad figure silently snuck into the manor, bypassing the security patrols and hooking an iron wire to Lin Bei's windowsill. Clearly, he was an assassin here to kill Lin Bei. Ding! Danger warning, someone is sneaking in from the windowsill. Host, please leave the room immediately! Huh? Someone's here? Lin Bei threw off his quilt, hopped off the bed, and ran straight to open the window. System. I told you to run, not to open the window. Lin Bei looked down and sure enough, discovered a person hanging from the rope outside the window. For a moment, the two locked eyes. The assassin stared at the young man before him, frozen. Shah! Lin Bei pressed a finger to his lips, making a silence gesture. Don't make a sound, be quiet, come on in. The assassin was momentarily stunned. I am a cold-blooded assassin, how could you treat me like this? But the young man in front of him was his target. Killing him would earn a bounty of over 100 million. Hey, I am finally going to be rich. Don't speak. If those idiots at the door find you, it'll be trouble. Come in. Lin Bei crooked his finger out. The assassin leaped and jumped lightly into the room. He looked left and right, and seeing that Lin Bei was alone, he couldn't help but feel delighted. Is the mission really this easy? Swish. He pulled out a silver dagger. Let me make you die with clarity today. I am an assassin ranked 567 and on the Assassin Alliance Earth list. Someone paid 300 million for your life. Huh? Are you trying to play cops and robbers? I have a gun, don't move. Seeing him holding a knife, Lin Bei felt delighted and picked up a water gun to aim at the assassin. Hearing there was a gun, the assassin thought it was a trick. But he realized it was just a plastic water gun. He couldn't help but curl his lips. Looks like the young master of the Lin family is a cutie. Go to hell. Ding! System upgrade. The water gun is now a high-pressure, infinite capacity, recoilless water cannon. Just as the assassin lunged, the system's voice sounded. Lin Bei pulled the trigger. Pew pew. A powerful jet of water blasted out, hitting the assassin right in the chest. Ah! The assassin was blasted against the wall, let out a painful roar, slid slowly down, and was drenched like a drowned rat. Sizzla, sizzla, sizzla. Lin Bei was happy, making sound effects with his mouth and blasting away with the water gun. The assassin rolled around on the floor, like a loach dropped into a frying pan. Utterly miserable. What the hell is going on? A plastic water gun can be this powerful? Stop. Stop spraying me. Hey hey hey. Lin Bei laughed with a creepy sound, his hand never stopping the water gun, until the sound of footsteps came from outside. Apparently, the commotion in the room had alerted the bodyguards. Young Master Lin, are you okay? What's that sound in the room? The bodyguard asked worriedly from the door. Ding. Host, please call the bodyguards in to catch this assassin. I'm fine, just playing with a water gun. You guys don't worry about it. Lin Bei said directly. System. The bodyguards were reassured. Young Master, it's getting late. Please get some rest for your recovery. I'm not sick, you guys are, idiots. Lin Bei cursed and ignored them. Huh, where did he go? By the time he turned his attention back, he realized the assassin on the ground had vanished. Guess he took the chance to escape somewhere. Ding. System detected the assassin hiding in the bathtub. Host, forget it, do whatever you want. Lin Bei realized the guy wanted to play hide and seek with him. He became even happier. He ran into the bathroom with his water gun. The assassin was soaked, lying flat in the large bathtub like a corpse. He was scared to death because of the earlier alert to the bodyguards. If he were discovered, he'd be torn to shreds. And what on earth is that water gun of Lin Bei's? How can it have such destructive power? The assassin decided to play dead for a while. Once they let their guard down, he would sneak out and kill him. But just as he was thinking about it, a water gun muzzle suddenly appeared at his forehead. Lin Bei's creepy little face appeared above the bathtub. Hee, you picked a bad hiding spot. Your hide-and-seek skills are terrible. The assassin was completely dumbfounded. What the... Who the hell is playing hide-and-seek with you? Take this, take this! Lin Bei pulled the trigger, and the high-pressure stream pinned the assassin down, making him roll around in the tub, unable to get up. The water level in the large tub was rising, and it was about to overflow. Every time the assassin surfaced, Lin Bei would blast him back down. He surfaced again and was blasted back down. He surfaced again, and again he was blasted down, repeated many times. The assassin regretted hiding here. Puff, cough, gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The assassin struggled, nearly drowning. Help, help me, someone save me. The assassin finally started shouting for help. Being caught was still better than drowning in a bathtub. This time the bodyguards outside heard the noise. They didn't even bother asking and rushed into the room. Young Master, what's wrong? I'm fine, doing great, Lin Bei said. But the assassin was close to a breakdown. The young man in front of him was a devil. I'm not fine. Get over here. I'm an assassin. I'm right here. The bodyguards rushed into the bathroom. It was covered in water. A man in black was struggling in the tub, exhausted. Lin Bei stood there with his water gun, still spraying him occasionally. Pew pew. But after the bodyguards entered, the system enhancement wore off, and it became a normal toy water gun. The assassin was already traumatized and kept dodging whenever Lin Bei pulled the trigger. The bodyguards were dumbstruck. What is going on? Quick, catch the assassin! Someone shouted, and the others reacted, swarming in to pin the assassin down firmly. Lin Bei took the toy gun and squirted the assassin's face a few more times. You are under arrest. Pew pew. The next morning, 5 or 6 beautiful maids served Lin Bei as he woke up. Lin Bei soaked in a large pool while they washed his hair, face, and brushed his teeth. Young Master, rinse your mouth. Gurgle, gurgle, gulp, burp. Lin Bei swallowed it. In the luxurious living room outside, Lin Xiangdong was watching the huge 100-inch TV. There were a few local reports. Shocking. A villager in Xingfu village raised a pig over 2 tons, earning the title of City Pig King. A tiger in Jiangdong Zoo mutated, became extremely violent, killed its keeper and escaped. Villagers, please be careful. Latest news. A student from Jiangdong University fell from the 30th floor and unexpectedly awakened superpowers, landing unscathed. A tour group went missing in the mountains, suspected to have been attacked by wild beasts. Click. Before the broadcast could finish, the TV screen flickered. A pink piglet appeared, jumping in a mud puddle. I want to watch Peppa Pig. Lin Bei held the remote, sat cross-legged on the sofa, and started picking at his toes with one hand. Lin Xiangdong felt helpless. He already knew about the assassin's infiltration last night, but he felt secretly relieved. Fortunately, the assassin was an idiot. Almost drowned in the bathtub. Son, I'm taking you somewhere later. Where to? Lin Bei turned his head immediately and asked excitedly, Are we going out to play? We are going to the research center for the abnormal. Lin Xiangdong has not yet given up hope on treating his son. There is large-scale equipment at the research center that might help his son recover. So he plans to go and see for himself. Great, let's go right now. As soon as Lin Bei heard they were going out, he didn't care where. He was just super happy and turned off Peppa Pig right away. Wait, hold on a second, let me pack my things first. A moment later, Lin Bei was ready to go with a water gun tucked into his waistband, a weapon strapped to his back, and a Pikachu plushie tucked under his arm. I'm all packed. The bodyguards were all speechless at the sight. Cough, cough. Lin Xiangdong frowned and coughed a few times, but didn't say much. All right, let's head out. The luxury motorcade drove out of the manor, with Lin Bei sitting in the back of the Rolls-Royce, tracing the starlight patterns on the ceiling with his finger. The bodyguards drove black Range Rovers, following neatly behind. Jiangdong City was filled with towering buildings, and the streets were bustling with pedestrians. The fleet of luxury cars was particularly eye-catching. But it wasn't long before that. The Rolls-Royce suddenly came to a stop. Oldly, what's going on ahead? I'm not sure, Boss Lin. There's a traffic jam, looks like a car accident. But right at that moment, the crowd suddenly broke into a panic. Ah. Run, run. There's a tiger up ahead. Quick, hide inside the building. The busy street instantly fell into chaos. People screamed and turned to run away. Roar. A sky-shattering roar erupted, shattering the glass of numerous high-rise buildings. Oh no, some creature must have mutated. Lin Xiangdong's face was filled with horror. Rumble. Flames erupted ahead as a striped tiger leaped up, swatting a small car away with one swipe. After mutating, the tiger was massive, over 2 meters tall, with bulging muscles and eyes flashing with crimson light, looking extremely ferocious. Ding! System warning. A B-grade mutant tiger has appeared. Please leave this area immediately, host. There's a tiger? Lin Bei's eyes twinkled as he rolled down the window to look outside. Where is it? Where is it? Boss Lin, look, there's a mutant tiger ahead. It's probably the one that escaped from the zoo. What should we do? The driver, Old Li, was covered in cold sweat. Lin Xiangdong tried to remain calm and looked behind them. He discovered the road was completely blocked. There was no way to retreat. Don't panic. The Paranormal Bureau should be here soon. We'll wait in the car. It's safer. Yes. The driver replied, trembling all over, silently praying that the tiger wouldn't come near them. Lin Xiangdong turned to comfort Lin Bei. Son, don't be afraid. In a moment, wait, where is he? He realized Lin Bei's seat was already empty. He was already gone. At this moment, Lin Bei, with his unique style, was running against the crowd, and finally saw the big kitty to his heart's content. The giant striped tiger lay in the middle of the road, like a roadblock. Its 2 fangs were stained with crimson blood, and it let out low growls, looking as if it would devour anyone in sight. Team 3, take note. Evacuate the crowd and rescue the wounded as soon as possible. I'll hold off this mutant beast. Just then, a middle-aged man in a suit, looking grim, gave anxious instructions into his walkie-talkie. Captain, this mutant beast is incredibly strong. I'm afraid you're no match for it. Don't worry, I've already requested backup from headquarters. Just stalling for a while will be enough. The man gritted his teeth and stood in front of the fierce tiger, filled with a resolve to face death. Innocent people absolutely must not get hurt. He was Chen Xuan, captain of the 3rd team of the Paranormal Bureau, who just happened to be patrolling nearby when he ran into this beast. Feeling the murderous aura rushing toward him, he felt his heart falter. But when he turned around, he saw a young man with a peculiar look, standing not far away and staring straight at the mutant tiger. Why are you just standing there like a fool? Run! Get away! Don't come any closer! Big kitty! Big kitty! Lin Bai mumbled, running forward excitedly instead. Chen Xuan was stunned. I told you to run away, not run over here. The system was so touched it wanted to cry. Finally, someone understands how I feel. Lin Bei walked right up to the beast, reached out, and grabbed its whiskers. Pull, pull. Snap! Huh, it broke. Lin Bei looked at the whisker in his hand, feeling amazed. The tiger was completely bewildered at this point. What is wrong with this stupid human? Roar! The tiger let out an explosive roar, emitting a foul, fishy stench. It was just about to attack. Chen Xuan was horrified and anxious, realizing the young man didn't seem quite right in the head and was definitely doomed. Do you want to fight me? Lin Bei jumped to the side, assuming the tiger was someone's Pokémon. He grabbed the tail of the Pikachu in his arms and threw it forward with all his might, and shouted out loud, "Go, Pikachu!" Ding! System enchantment. Pikachu revived, gained combat ability. Pikachu. The plushie in midair suddenly let out a cute sound, its eyes rotated, and its fur became incredibly soft, miraculously coming to life. This. Chen Xuan stared in disbelief at everything unfolding. But the next scene left him even more astonished. The tiger, provoked, swiped at it. But Pikachu's fur bristled and its tail sparked with electricity. Zzz. A high-voltage electric blast pierced the air, bringing with it a scorched scent, and slammed right into the tiger. Zzzt. The tiger began to shudder uncontrollably, as if it had suffered a brain hemorrhage, its stripes charred black by the electricity. The king of beasts, once so fierce, had now turned into a spotted dog. Todd! Its massive body collapsed to the ground. It was covered in soot, smoking constantly, and there was a faint smell of barbecued meat. Yeah! Lin Bai made a victory sign. And the Pikachu that had defeated the tiger jumped back into his arms, turning back into a plushie. Chen Xuan looked at Lin Bei, then back at the charred tiger on the ground. Utterly confused. This? So strong? Chen Xuan sighed in his heart. Defeating a mutant tiger with just a plushie was simply unimaginable. Could he also be an awakened? And his talent doesn't seem low either. Chen Xuan thought to himself that it would be worth getting to know someone like this. He stepped forward. Putting on a friendly smile, he said, "Hello there, I am Chen Xuan, captain of the Paranormal Bureau's 3rd team. May I ask your name?" "Since you've asked so nicely, I'll tell you with great mercy. To prevent the world from being destroyed, to protect the peace of the world, to carry out the evil of love and truth, the cute and charming villain, Lin Bei." Lin Bei recited the lines skillfully. Chen Xuan was petrified on the spot. A strange atmosphere, filled with a sense of awkwardness. Chen Xuan was so embarrassed that he felt like digging a hole in the ground with his toes to escape. Just then Lin Jiangdong hurried over in a panic. Looking at the messy scene before him and the smell of the roasted tiger corpse, he asked with immediate concern, "Son, are you all right? Nothing happened to you, right? Let Dad take a look at you." "I am fine. That tiger was too weak, completely vulnerable, and I took it out easily. Lin Bei pushed him away heroically. Lin Xiangdong looked around, feeling equally confused. He wondered to himself, "You took it out? What on earth happened?" Chen Xuan stepped forward and cleared his throat. "Cough, could you be Mr. Lin from the Lin Group?" "Yes, that is." "Oh, I see." Chen Xuan nodded. He had seen the local wealthiest man on TV before. "I am Chen Xuan, captain of the Supernatural Bureau. I have heard so much about you, Mr. Lin. May I ask, is this your son?" "Yes, did my son cause you any trouble?" Lin Xiangdong said with a hint of apology. Chen Xuan shook his head repeatedly like a rattle drum. No, your son is a hero. He took down the mutant tiger and kept the area safe." "Huh." Lin Xiangdong was incredulous. "But my son suffers from an intellectual disability. How could he possibly kill a mutant beast?" Chen Xuan began to think upon hearing this. He had felt all along that Lin Bei had something wrong with his brain. It seemed he should be more confident and drop the word felt. "Mr. Lin, if I am not mistaken, your son must also be an awakened one." Is it true?" Lin Xiangdong was both surprised and delighted. Because there were only a handful of awakened individuals, and they all possessed extraordinary abilities. If his own son were an awakened one, that would mean he had transcended the level of ordinary people. Chen Xuan nodded. "I am almost certain, because some awakened individuals experience physical mutations that affect their intelligence. We have had cases in our bureau before. But my son's disability was caused by a car accident." Lin Xiangdong was bewildered. Chen Xuan felt his face burning with embarrassment. "Cough, there are some things I cannot be sure about either. Why don't we go to our bureau's research center for a test? We will find out then. What do you think, Mr. Lin?" "Sure, let's go." Lin Xiangdong agreed without hesitation. He had intended to take his son to a center for abnormal human research anyway. Since he was going to be studied somewhere, it might as well be the Supernatural Bureau. It was safer and more authoritative there. Besides, if his son really were an awakened one, it would be wonderful news. Under Chen Xuan's lead, the luxury motorcade headed toward the Supernatural Bureau. Inside the research institute, there were various high-tech instruments, filled with a futuristic vibe. Lin Bei sat in a chair. His eyes scanned the room with curiosity. He found it very novel, much more fun than being at home. Chen Xuan, several team members, and Lin Xiangdong were all here. Except for those two. Everyone else looked at Lin Bei's peculiar outfit, completely bewildered. "Who is the person Captain Chen brought back?" "I don't know. I heard he's the one who took down the mutant tiger." "No way, for real?" Several team members whispered among themselves. "Cons." Chen Xuan stopped them. He turned to look at Lin Bei, originally wanting to ask him to put the toy aside. But that Pikachu had zapped the mutant tiger into a roasted meal. Chen Xuan dared not touch it. What if it shocked him? "Uncle, the testing bracelet is ready. You can let him put it on," said a woman in a lab coat. Chen Xuan frowned. "How many times have I told you? Don't call me uncle in the bureau. Call me Captain Chen." "Oh, okay, uncle," the girl replied. Chen Xuan. The girl was an analyst at the institute named Chen Yurong, and she was also Chen Xuan's own niece. Though she wore a lab coat, it could not hide her proud figure. Especially her chest, which was extraordinary, like two giant watermelons hanging in front of her. She was known in the institute as the generous one. Many male team members could not help but sneak a few glances. Because of this, they had often been scolded by Captain Chen. Chen Yurong walked up to Lin Bei, swaying as she went, and took out an exquisite silver bracelet that looked very high-tech. "Here, put this on your wrist." But Lin Bei's gaze was fixed straight on the giant watermelons in front of him. Then he reached out quickly and poked them. Not bad," Lin Bei muttered. Hiss. Everyone watched this unexpected scene and gasped in shock. Chen Yurong felt the pressure on her chest and was completely stunned. Chen Xuan was also stunned. The team members were also stunned. They had always wanted to do that, but they never had the guts. Lin Xiangdong stunned +1. He sighed to himself, that's my son for you. Ding. The system gives a serious warning. Do not think you can do whatever you want just because you have a brain problem. You pervert. Chen Yurong shrieked in shy indignation and quickly dodged away from Lin Bei's devilish claws. Lin Bei didn't care. He even brought his finger to his nose and sniffed it. Well, my dear niece, please don't be angry, he has something wrong here. Chen Xuan pointed to his own temple. He hurriedly tried to smooth things over. If it were anyone else who had done that, he would definitely be furious. But Lin Bei's ability to kill the mutant tiger was too important to him. And given Lin Bei's intellectual disability, it wasn't impossible to understand. Pew! Chen Yurong breathed a long sigh with a blushing face. After a moment of thought, she decided not to hold a grudge against Lin Bei. She just stretched her arm out as far as she could, and carefully offered the testing bracelet to Lin Bei again. Lin Bei looked at the high-tech bracelet and also felt it was quite novel. He took it and put it on his wrist. Nice. Lin Bei lifted his wrist and shook it. Everyone held their breath, all looking at the bracelet nervously. But after a moment, there was absolutely no reaction from it. Yurong, what's going on here? Chen Xuan asked with a frown. What else could it be? He's simply not an awakened one. Chen Yurong rolled her eyes, thinking it was a waste to be touched by him. The team members discussed it among themselves. Looking at him, he doesn't seem like an awakened one. Exactly, Captain Chen must have made a mistake. Really, such a waste of nerves. Chen Xuan's brow furrowed into a Chuan shape, his mind in total confusion. That's not right. He clearly saw him use that Pikachu to electrocute the mutant beast to death. How could he not be an awakened one? Could it be that his Pikachu awakened? In this world, only living things had mutated and awakened. He had never heard of a toy awakening. Captain Chen, since my son is not an awakened one, I will be taking him back now. Lin Xiangdong felt very disappointed. Wait a moment, Mr. Lin. I think we can keep Lin Bei here for observation for 2 days. Even if he isn't an awakened one, we will do our best to treat his condition. Chen Xuan still didn't want to give up. Lin Xiangdong thought for a moment. The Paranormal Bureau is full of extraordinary people. Maybe they really have a way to cure my son's illness. Besides, they have better equipment here. Much better than other special human research centers. Chen Xuan tried to persuade him again. You can rest assured leaving Lin Bei with us. I guarantee it is absolutely safe here, and I will assign Yurong to take care of him. Plus, there is a slow-witted kid in the bureau who can be Lin Bei's playmate, so he won't be bored. Alright then. Lin Xiangdong wasn't one to dawdle, so he nodded in agreement. But he was suffering from a terminal illness. He didn't have much time left. He felt reluctant to leave Lin Bei here. Son, you stay here. Captain Chen and the others will cure you. Dad has to go now, don't miss me too much. You hurry up and go. Lin Bei said decisively. There are so many people here and it's lively, much more fun than home. And there are even big watermelons. Cough, 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 cough. Lin Xiangdong coughed violently. A metallic taste filled his mouth, and his eyes were bloodshot. Lin Bei glanced at him. I told you that you were sick. Coughing every day is so annoying. Here, let me give you a poke and you'll be fine. Lin Bei grabbed his father's hand. He poked the back of his hand symbolically with his finger. Ding! Healing energy activated, transferred into the patient's body. The illness will be cured in 3 days. Yup, good, all cured? Lin Bei said with a mock-serious expression. Seeing his son's behavior, Lin Xiangdong's eyes welled up with tears. How he wished his illness would really be cured. He couldn't bear to leave this world. And he couldn't bear to leave his son. Beside them, Chen Yurong whispered quietly. Uncle, I feel like this guy's condition is even more serious than Zhao Kong's. Shut your mouth. Chen Xuan scolded his niece. Lin Xiangdong waved goodbye. Son, if you get tired of staying here, tell Dad, and Dad will come pick you up. Yeah, hurry home, Lin Bei said impatiently. Chen Yurong was even more convinced that Lin Bei had a severe intellectual disability. And he wasn't an awakened one either. I really don't know why Uncle kept him here. And asked me to take care of him? Alright, since no superpowers were detected, let's go. Yurong, go arrange a room for Lin Bei, Chen Xuan said. Chen Yurong nodded helplessly. Hearing that they were leaving, Lin Bei's eyes darted around, and he covered the detection bracelet on his wrist tightly with his hand, trying to hide it. He felt that anything put on his hand was his. He couldn't give it back to them. This little action was naturally caught by Captain Chen. But he didn't say much. It was just a detection bracelet, not that valuable. If he likes it, let him have it. Afterward, he and his niece took Lin Bei to a brand new room. Although not as luxurious as home, it was very spacious and tidy. At the head of the bed, there was a blue button. Chen Yurong said, "You'll stay here from now on. If you need anything, you can press that blue button, and I'll come to help you. Do you understand?" "Yeah, I understand." As soon as Lin Bei finished speaking, he turned around and pressed the blue button. Chen Yurong's wrist immediately let out a beeping sound. Her face darkened with frustration. "You have something you need right now?" "Yeah, I want you to help me wash my feet." Lin Bei sat on the bed and raised his two large feet. "Pieft." Chen Yurong almost threw up blood. "He wants me to wash his feet too? He can't take care of himself? A giant baby? Uncle, look at this. When I'm at home, many people help me wash my feet." Lin Bei said as if it were only natural. His family has assets over 100 billion, and Lin Jiangdong hired many maids to serve him. Chen Xuan finally remembered. He's a top-tier rich kid. I had overlooked this because of his intellectual issues earlier. Well, niece, Lin Bei isn't incapable of taking care of himself, he just lacks the awareness. Why don't you just help him once? Maybe he'll be fine later. Cough, Yurong, this is part of your job description too. Just as Chen Yurong was about to say something, she was interrupted by Chen Xuan. Family ties didn't work. Had to talk about work. Sure enough, Chen Yurong gritted her teeth and nodded in agreement. Fine, I'll help him this one time. Lin Bei was extremely comfortable. He sat comfortably on the soft bed, watching the beauty crouched on the floor washing his feet, her chest pressed and deformed. Chen Yurong treated it as work and was quite diligent. Only she didn't say a single word throughout the process. She really didn't know how to communicate with Lin Bei. After washing his feet, Chen Yurong silently took the foot-washing water away, thinking she had to leave this place quickly. But just as she was about to step out the door, her wrist gave off another beeping sound. She turned to look, and discovered that Lin Bei had pressed the blue button again. Chen Yurong was on the verge of a breakdown and roared, almost screaming. "What do you want now?" Nothing, I was just testing to see if the button works," Lin Bei said with an innocent look. Chen Yurong ground her teeth so hard they clicked. Is this a punishment sent by heaven? After getting things settled, Lin Bei sprawled on the bed, his eyes fixed on the ceiling. Who knows what he was thinking about? Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock on the door suddenly sounded. Who is it? Lin Bei sat up straight. A voice replied from outside the door. Hello, I'm Zhao Kong from the room next door. I wanted to come and make friends with you. Lin Bei was always hospitable, so he ran off the bed quickly and opened the door directly. Outside stood a fat guy, his hair greasy from not being washed for days, with sleep in the corners of his eyes. The most eye-catching thing was his eyes. One looked straight ahead, the other looked to the left, full of wisdom. Hey, you're the new guy, right? I'm Zhao Kong, nicknamed Big Smart, here to check you out. The fat young man chuckled foolishly. Big Smart? Lin Bei looked him up and down, front and back, and fell into deep suspicion. After a while, his expression became disappointed. You better leave, my dad doesn't let me play with little cuties. I feel like you're insulting me? Zhao Kong fell into deep thought. After a long time, his face grew more indignant. Who told you I was a little cutie? Who exactly leaked the secret?
Ha, I saw through you, didn't I? Lin Bei said, looking very pleased with himself. Zhao Kong hurriedly explained, I just have an ocular mutation that's putting pressure on my nerves, causing my IQ to drop. I'm really not a cutie. Lin Bei looked at him and nodded, signaling that his sharp eyes had already seen through everything. Zhao Kong thought he understood and giggled. I brought you some good stuff, snacks and drinks. These are 6 walnuts. I heard they help with brain power. Oh, then come on in. For the sake of the snacks, Lin Bei decided to play with him for a while. Zhao Kong walked into the room, his chubby face wearing a silly grin. He, when you arrived, did Chen Big Watermelon check your body? Chen Big Watermelon. Lin Bei thought for a moment and found the nickname quite fitting. Yeah, she checked me, and I checked her too. Wow, that is so impressive. Chen Big Watermelon is a D-rank Awakener, and you actually managed to check her body. Zhao Kong was full of admiration. Lin Bei, however, decisively shook his head. No, she is not D-rank, she is F-rank. Why? I felt it. Lin Bei said with conviction. Although they were completely on different wavelengths, they still had a pretty good time chatting. The Paranormal Bureau, inside the director's office. Chen Xuan and a few team members stood before the desk, backs straight and expressions respectful. The bespectacled middle-aged man in front praised them. Captain Chen, your performance regarding the mutant tiger today was excellent. A piece of cake not worth mentioning. Chen Xuan said modestly, but his face was full of pride. The team members behind him silently grumbled. Wonder who was scared half to death on the radio. Director Li pushed up his glasses. His tone shifted as he asked, have you found that missing tour group? This? Chen Xuan felt a bit guilty. Not yet. And the monster eating hearts in your jurisdiction, have you dealt with it? Also, not yet. Chen Xuan felt even guiltier. After all this time. Except for Lin Bei dealing with the mutant tiger, he hadn't managed to finish a single thing. Director Li's face turned dark. That heart-eating monster has already killed 7 people, causing widespread panic. If you don't take care of it, how are we supposed to explain this to the public? Director, rest assured, we will definitely resolve this as soon as possible. Humph, easy for you to say. I'll give you 3 more days. If you can't solve it, I think it's time to replace you as captain. Yes, of course. Don't worry, I will surely take it down within 3 days. Chen Xuan hurriedly promised. The team members behind him thought, what a mess. Looks like we're getting a new captain. They didn't really care about changing captains. The real concern was whether Chen Yurong would leave too. Walking out of the director's office, Chen Xuan looked distressed. A few days ago, in a park within his jurisdiction, a mutant monster appeared. It was covered in black fur and specifically dug out and ate human hearts. 7 people had already fallen victim, and it was extremely brutal. As of now, the park has been cordoned off. No one dares to enter. Fortunately, the monster seems quite lazy and views the park as its territory, so it hasn't left. Chen Xuan analyzed. The black-furred monster has similar power to the mutant tiger. He figured he was no match for it. Sigh, what am I to do? Captain, why not just tell the truth? Report to the superiors that we can't handle it and request support from another team, a member suggested. Chen Xuan's face wrinkled. We've already requested support 12 times this month. If I ask again, where will I put my pride? The members were stunned, thinking, do you even have any pride left? Since it's already been 12 times, what's one more? Hey, Captain, didn't Lin Bei deal with the mutant tiger today? And so easily too. Why don't you get him to deal with the black-furred monster as well? Another member said. Chen Xuan's eyes gleamed. But after testing today, Lin Bei isn't an Awakener. Could it be because of his Pikachu? Chen Xuan had long suspected this, so he decided to borrow the Pikachu to try it out. Let's go, follow me to find Bei. 4 or 5 people rushed towards Lin Bei's room. At that moment, gulp, 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 gulp. Lin Bei finished a bottle of 6 walnuts and licked the milk stain off the corner of his mouth. After leaving the snacks, he kicked Zhao Kong out, mostly because his IQ was too low, afraid it might be contagious. Knock, knock, knock. I told you I don't play with cuties. Why are you here again? Lin Bei said, listening to the knocking. Chen Xuan outside immediately had black lines on his face. Ahem, it's me, Chen Xuan, not a cutie. Oh, then come on in. After getting Lin Bei's reply, the group walked into his room. Lin Bei looked at so many people, and they were all wearing crisp uniforms. He looked a bit excited. Are you guys going to catch one ear? Huh? Chen Xuan was baffled. What is one ear? But considering Lin Bei's mental issues, and the fact that he needed him, he played along and nodded. Yes, that's right, we are going to catch one ear. Pieft. The team members behind him couldn't hold back their laughter. Captain Chen really has it tough. Lin Bei, your Pikachu is very powerful. Can you lend it to me? Chen Xuan glanced at the doll on the bed. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei hugged the Pikachu to his chest and rolled his eyes. No. This. Chen Xuan felt a headache coming on. We want to borrow your Pikachu to serve the people and eliminate a threat. Once we succeed, you will be the hero of Jiangdong City. Lin Bei thought being a hero sounded pretty good. He appeared deep in thought. Then you bark like Pikachu a few times and I'll lend it to you. Chen Xuan's face went black. He, the esteemed captain of the Paranormal Bureau, mimicking a Pikachu would be way too childish, right? And there were so many team members watching. What face would he have left as a captain? This definitely could not happen. Chen Xuan pondered and turned to his team members. You guys go outside first. Oh, alright, Captain. They all agreed, quickly retreated outside and closed the door. Pika, Pika, Pikachu. Chen Xuan bit the bullet and imitated the Pikachu sound. He felt absolutely ashamed. He kept comforting himself that great people don't sweat the small stuff. Ha 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 ha. Lin Bei kicked his legs with laughter on the bed, then suddenly sat up straight and said, You fell for it. Even if you barked, I still wouldn't lend it. I was just messing with you. Ha 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 ha. What the heck? Chen Xuan was about to go crazy. He, the brilliant Captain Chen, had actually been tricked by a mental case today. Fine, forget it. I'll just go and risk my life with that monster myself. Captain Chen clenched his fists and turned to leave angrily. Wait a second. Lin Bei suddenly called him back. Chen Xuan turned his head. What else do you want? I can lend you Pikachu, but you have to agree to one condition. What condition? Let me lead the operation. Chen Xuan had a huge headache after hearing this. Letting Lin Bei lead the operation seemed a bit unreliable. With his brains, he might stir up some trouble. But then he had a second thought. At worst, he could just trick him with a few words and let him tag along. With his own IQ, could he not handle a moron? Sure, no problem, you're in charge of this operation. Not bad. Lin Bei actually kept his word this time and tossed the Pikachu to Chen Xuan. Make sure you keep it safe, don't lose it. This is the strongest battle beast. Yes, don't worry. Having finally gotten his hands on the Pikachu, Chen Xuan was overjoyed. But when he looked down to inspect it, he realized this Pikachu seemed to be just an ordinary doll and felt a bit suspicious. Lin Bei, this pie. Please call me Captain Lin. Oh, Captain Lin, how do I make this Pikachu come to life? Chen Xuan quickly corrected himself. Are you a moron? Lin Bei rolled his eyes at him. You don't even know the incantation for using the Pikachu. The moment you throw it, you have to shout, Go, Pikachu. Oh right, good, I know now. Chen Xuan nodded like a woodpecker. He remembered when they dealt with the mutant tiger earlier today. That seemed to be exactly how Lin Bei used it. This time it is in the bag. Chen Xuan was secretly delighted. Next. Lin Bei put on the uniform of the Paranormal Bureau, looking sharp and very handsome. He stood in front of the mirror to check himself out and appeared very satisfied. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan was whispering instructions to the 3 team members on the side. Lin Bei is in charge this time. You must cooperate on the surface, got it? Okay. The 3 members nodded blankly, feeling that this was somewhat unreliable. The rest of you stand at attention. Lin Bei walked over and scrutinized them with a piercing gaze. The 3 of them immediately stood at attention. Their postures were perfectly straight. The 2 men and 1 woman were all elites from the 3rd squad. Chen Xuan, watching from the side, saw they were cooperating well. He grinned and gave a thumbs up as a gesture of praise. You stand at attention too. Lin Bei rolled his eyes at him. Yes. Chen Xuan hurriedly wiped the smile off his face and stood at military attention. Very good, lots of spirit. Lin Bei nodded and looked at the only girl in the group. What is your name? Reporting to Captain Lin, my name is Bai Qiong. The girl said hurriedly. Lin Bei scanned her, seeing that her chest was as flat as an airfield, far worse than Chen Dasigua. Your name is too long, I can't remember it. From now on, I will call you Little Steamed Bun Bai. The Bai Qiong looked bewildered. Little Steamed Bun Bai? What does he mean by that? Is he calling me small? Chen Xuan quickly gave her a look, signaling her to stay calm. The other 2 team members couldn't help but hold back their laughter. They had all received professional training. They wouldn't laugh easily, unless they couldn't help it. What is your name? Lin Bei glanced at another person next to her. The young man could no longer hold his laughter and felt uneasy, reporting to Captain Lin, my name is Wang Hu. That name is also too long. From now on I will call you Pockmarked Wang. Lin Bei noticed he had some freckles on his face. The young man felt it was a bit better than Little Steamed Bun Bai. It was at least acceptable. At this point, Lin Bei looked at the 3rd person. How about you? What is your name? Reporting to Captain Lin, you just call me whatever you like. He gave up struggling completely. Lin Bei glanced at his name tag. Bian Mingjun, not a bad name, let us go with that. Everyone... Alright, Paw Patrol, all move out. Lin Bei waved his hand. Paw Patrol? The team members looked at each other. What in the world is that now? The Paw Patrol finished prepping and got into a black Mercedes business van. Pockmarked Wang drove the car. Chen Xuan sat in the passenger seat holding the Pikachu. They drove all the way to the crime scene, Jiangpan Park. The group was nervous about facing the black-furred monster. Only Lin Bei looked relaxed. Like an inquisitive baby, he kept looking left and right out of the windows, unable to sit still for even a moment. Sigh. Chen Xuan sighed. He himself didn't know if trusting Lin Bei this time was right or wrong. He instinctively hugged the Pikachu in his arms a bit tighter. About half an hour later, they arrived at Jiangpan Park. The forest inside was dense and silent, giving off an eerie feeling. The outside was surrounded by electric wire fences, 3 layers thick, and there were people standing guard in temporary security posts. Captain Chen, you are finally here. A young man ran out of the guard post to report to them. He was also an employee of the Paranormal Bureau. Please call me Captain Lin. Before Chen Xuan could reply, Lin Bei corrected him first. The young man looked at Lin Bei and then at Chen Xuan, completely bewildered. Chen Xuan quickly smoothed things over. Cough. Don't worry about that for now. Go ahead and report the situation to our Captain Lin. Oh. The young man nodded and said, the monster has been very quiet lately, no movement, and it hasn't come out. It should still be inside the park, but we don't know the exact location because monitoring equipment can't track it at all. These mutated monsters seem to have a magnetic field on them that interferes with electronic devices indiscriminately, rendering them useless. And they seem to possess a soul energy. When wounded by human firearms, their limbs can regenerate. Even if blown to dust, they don't die. Therefore, we have to fight magic with magic. Only awakened individuals can kill them. Paw Patrol members, listen up, full force attack. Lin Bei shouted with great passion. The team members could only grit their teeth and follow him into the eerie park, leaving only the young man standing there dumbfounded. How did they not only change captains, even the team name was changed. The park where old ladies used to dance was now deathly quiet. Everything was silent. A foul odor vaguely permeated the air, and the surrounding forest was gloomy. A gust of wind blew by. The leaves rustled. There wasn't even a bird to be seen. Chen Xuan had witnessed that black-furred monster. It fed on human hearts and was incredibly ferocious. Coming here this time, it was entirely the courage given to him by the Pikachu in his arms. He instinctively hugged it a bit tighter. Where is the monster? Lin Bei scanned the area. Bai Qiong was equally nervous. It usually lurks in the jungle. Good, little steamed bun Bai. You go and lure it out for me. Lin Bei issued the order. What? You want me to lure the monster? Little steamed bun Bai's eyes widened. Wang Hu, standing nearby, actually agreed, reveling in her misfortune. If Captain Lin wants you to go, then hurry up and go. Pockmarked Wang, you go along with her too. Lin Bei turned his gaze toward him. Pockmarked Wang. He regretted it so much. He shouldn't have chimed in. Originally, Chen Xuan wanted to say something, but now he didn't dare to speak. Cough. He gave a light cough, patted the Pikachu in his arms, and signaled the two of them with his eyes, meaning that with the Pikachu here, they could go ahead and lure it without worry. All right then. Bai Xiaomantu agreed, and walked into the woods with a bitter-looking Wang Motzi. There was no path at all inside, just overgrown weeds and thorns. Every step was an arduous struggle. Bai Xiaomantu finally understood why Lin Bei didn't go into the woods himself, but instead had her go to lure it out. Given their combined strength, luring out a monster shouldn't be too dangerous. Otherwise, they wouldn't have considered coming here to wipe it out. But Bai Qiong was very nervous inside. The stench in the air seemed to be getting stronger. There were traces of flattened weeds and large footprints in the mud nearby. Clearly, the monster had been here. But where is it? As Bai Qiong was pondering, she suddenly felt warmth on her cheek. An unknown liquid dripped onto her face, sticky and reeking of rot. She touched it with her hand. It felt like saliva. There were even streaks of blood in it. No. Bai Qiong immediately realized something. Terrified, she quickly looked up. She saw a huge monster covered in black fur, much like a gorilla, hanging upside down from a tree, staring at her with two vicious crimson eyes. Roar. A hoarse, monstrous growl emitted from its mouth as foul-smelling saliva cascaded down like a waterfall. Oh my god, a black-furred monster! Bai Qiong let out a startled cry. But just then, the beast leaped down and pounced straight at her. Bai Qiong was gripped by fear. This monster played dirty. It actually ambushed her. At the same time, she scrambled backward in a hurry. The black-furred beast was wild and violent. Upon landing, it didn't pause for a second, pushing off the ground with its legs and springing toward her like a coil. Look out! Wang Hu threw his body into the monster to block it. With a loud bang, the monster was sent flying, but Wang Hu didn't fare much better. He rolled twice on the ground before he could steady himself. Many thanks for saving me, brave warrior. I'll take my leave first. Bai Qiong cupped her hands to salute and spoke. Then a pair of glowing wings spread from her back like butterfly wings. With a single flap, she flew back tens of meters away. She vanished into thin air in an instant. This was the ability she had awakened. Good God, what a bunch of losers. Wang Hu couldn't help but curse. He turned around and saw the black-furred monster staring straight at him, clearly enraged. Roar. It let out an explosive roar and charged at Wang Hu. Time to bail. Wang Hu didn't dare stay, scrambling away for his life. Outside the woods, Lin Bei stood with his hands on his hips, already hearing the monster's angry roars getting closer and closer. Chen Xuan's eyes narrowed, his tension rising. The trees began to rustle. Bai Qiong burst out first, retracting her glowing wings as she landed in front of them. The monster is coming. Oh. Lin Bei looked at her back, wondering about those wings from just a moment ago. Bai Xiaomantu can fly? Suddenly, Wang Hu ran out in a disheveled state, his face full of terror, having lost one of his shoes. Quick! Help me! Following close behind him was that 2-meter-tall black-furred monster. It reeked of malice. It leaped into the air, jumping a full 5 meters high. With a loud thud, it landed in front of the group, cracking the park path beneath it. Woo, that is one vicious beast. Lin Bei squinted, eyeing it with curiosity. System scan, B rank, parasitic monster, extremely ferocious. Host, please be careful. The black-furred monster's red eyes were also sizing them up. Saliva dripped from its 2 fangs, showing its excitement. I feel like this monster is even stupider than Zhao Kong. Lin Bei muttered to himself. Chen Xuan and the others were tense, appearing as if they were facing a life-or-death battle. Woo! Chen Xuan took a deep breath, trying to steady his emotions. Because now, it was his time to shine. Ahem, everyone get back, leave it to me, and watch how I take this monster down. He gripped his Pikachu plushie tight. He made a motion like pitching a baseball, then threw it with all his might, and shouted, "Go, Pikachu!" The yellow doll flew in a perfect arc through the air, hitting the monster squarely in the face. Then it went plop. It bounced on the ground and rolled a few times, showing absolutely no reaction. Huh? Oh my god. Chen Xuan's eyes were wide, his face full of disbelief. Why didn't it come to life? The team members were dumbfounded. Captain, what's going on? I'd like to know that too. Chen Xuan was speechless. He was nearly 40 years old. Throwing a Pikachu was already embarrassing enough, especially with that childish catchphrase. And it didn't even work. The black-furred monster seemed stunned by the doll being thrown at it. Why does this human look so silly? Seems like he's not very bright. Humans are truly stupid. Roar. It let out a roar, having decided that these people were its food. See, Captain Lin, why isn't Pikachu working? Did we get the incantation wrong? You idiot. That's just a doll. You actually wanted to fight a monster with it. Are you brainless? Lin Bei said with disdain. Huh? Chen Xuan's jaw dropped, wanting to cry. Wasn't it you who said Pikachu was the strongest battle beast? You even used it against a mutated tiger before. The team members looked like they had just eaten a fly, secretly regretting that they had ever trusted Lin Bei. The man is crazy. And I actually agreed to let him be the captain? Thinking about it now, it's hilarious. He's completely lost it. This is a monster, we should be using weapons to fight it. After some serious thought, Lin Bei reached into his pants leg, felt around for a moment, and pulled out a toy weapon. This. Everyone looked on dumbfounded. Is Lin Bei having another episode? No. It seems he never really recovered in the first place. Quick, Bai Qiong, take Lin Bei and retreat. We'll get out here first, Chen Xuan ordered. They weren't even a match for the monster before, and now with Lin Bei as dead weight, they had no desire to fight, and their first thought was just to retreat. Okay. Bai Qiong furrowed her brows and spread her wings again. But when she turned to look, she saw Lin Bei taking the initiative to charge at the monster, brandishing a toy stick in his hand. Oh no! Even with her speed, it was already too late. The black-furred monster had a playful look in its eyes. It raised its massive palm and swiped it toward Lin Bei. Halt, monster! Taste my staff. System enchantment. Weapon enlarged, lengthened, and thickened. It has become the Exorcism staff. The toy weapon in Lin Bei's hand began to shimmer, rapidly expanding until, in the blink of an eye, it was as thick as a small tree. It was also glowing with a golden light, as if it were a true legendary cudgel. Bam! Lin Bei swung the weapon down onto the monster's shoulder. Oh! The monster let out a miserable scream, half of its body sinking into the mud. It was completely dazed. The massive weapon felt as light as a feather in Lin Bei's hands. He swung it in a wide arc, smashing it into the side of the monster's face. "Die, you little brat." The monster's head was struck with such tremendous force that it exploded into pieces. Just like a watermelon smashed by a heavy hammer. The once vicious monster was finished off by Lin Bei in just 2 hits. Seeing this, Chen Xuan and the others were so shocked their jaws almost hit the floor. Did he really succeed? Is he that fierce? Even with all their combined efforts, they were no match for that monster. Yet Lin Bei took it down with just 2 swings. An expert. This guy is an expert. Lin Bei's weapon returned to its original form, and with a casual flick, he tucked it back into his waistband. The monster's body began to shrink rapidly, reverting to the size of a normal human. The black fur on its body faded away. What remained was a bald, headless male corpse. Bai Xiaomantu looked on in disbelief. She had assumed it was a mutated beast, not expecting it to be a corpse. That is strange. How could a corpse turn into something like this? Chen Xuan had worked at the Supernatural Bureau for years and had never encountered such a situation. Wang Mazi, Bian Mingjun, you two go find a body bag, pack it up, and have someone take it back to the Research Institute for examination. Considering it was a naked male corpse, Chen Xuan sent those two to handle it. Afterward, Chen Xuan's gaze locked onto the weapon at Lin Bei's waistband again. Could this actually be a treasure? What are you looking at? Lin Bei noticed his stare, rolled his eyes at him, and defensively shoved the rest of the weapon down his pant leg. Aren't you going to go pick up our team captain's Pikachu? Yes, of course. Chen Xuan nodded hurriedly in agreement. Although Lin Bei didn't test as an awakened, he definitely possessed some special ability. And it was strong, incredibly strong. After the Paw Patrol finished their mission, they drove back to the Supernatural Bureau. Chen Xuan sat in the passenger seat, making a phone call with a smug look on his face. "Hey, Director Li, we've taken care of the black-furred monster. It was just a small monster. How tough could it really be? It was super easy, a total piece of cake, you know? It's not like you don't know how capable I am." "What? You're holding an awards ceremony? No need for that. It's just my duty, all part of the job. By the way, what time does the ceremony start?" Lin Bei sat in the back, secretly eyeing Bai Xiaomantu next to him. Curious, he reached out and started poking around her back. "Hey, why are you touching me?" Bai Xiaomantu exclaimed as she quickly dodged away. "Where are your wings? Bring them out and let me have a look," Lin Bei said. "That is my awakening ability, I can't lend it to you," Bai Xiaomantu explained. "Chush stingy." Lin Bei crossed his arms and shot her a disdainful look. Bai Xiaomantu was speechless. She patiently explained, "Awakening abilities are unique to each individual. I have an insect-type awakening, which allows me to manifest wings. Wang Hu has a beast-type awakening, with reflexes 4 times faster than a normal human. Or, for example, Bian Mingjun has a plant-type awakening, so he doesn't need to eat or drink, he can survive through photosynthesis." Bian Mingjun next to her gave a cheeky grin, and to support Bai Kong's point, he extended a finger, transforming it into a plant-like root. "You all have awakening abilities." Lin Bei found it quite amazing. "Yeah, otherwise we wouldn't be in the Supernatural Bureau." "And me? You don't have one?" Bai Xiaomantu spread her hands. Lin Bei curled his lip. "So what if he didn't? It's not like he cared anyway." "System. Hey, that's what you get for ignoring me and not claiming your rewards. I'm just not giving you an awakening. Nina. But you probably have some sort of special ability, and it's stronger than all of ours." Bai Xiaomantu comforted him. Lin Bei nodded. "That goes without saying, I'm your captain, after all." After they returned to the bureau, the headless corpse was also delivered. Since this was the first time they had encountered a corpse undergoing a mutation like this, The leadership of the bureau took it very seriously. Chen Daxigua and a group of researchers began to get busy. But after running various tests, they found nothing unusual. It appeared to be just an ordinary corpse. The only difference was, this corpse had been dead for over a month, yet showed no signs of decomposition. The researchers were at a loss and simply found it eerie. Finally, they verified the identity of the deceased via DNA and notified the family, hoping to learn more about the deceased's life through the family. Not long after, an old man arrived, the father of the deceased, roughly 60 years old, and he had a very peculiar appearance. The old man was severely hunched, as if he were carrying something on his back, and he was so thin he was basically skin and bones. His skin was dark, his eye sockets were deeply sunken, he had only a few sparse hairs left, and he seemed somewhat dazed. Hello, my name is Zhang Ankang, the old man said, extending a withered hand. Chen Daxigua gave it a symbolic shake. Hello, we'd like to confirm some details about your son's life before he passed. What? My child is dead, wah. The old man became emotional and unexpectedly sat on the floor, wailing. Chen Xuan and the others rushed forward to console him, bringing him tea, pouring him water, doing everything to soothe the old man's emotions. Unfortunately, they didn't get any useful clues about the deceased, even though they waited on the old man very hand and foot. After the old man left, Chen Daxigua felt a dizzy sensation in his head, his back ached, and he found it hard to stand straight. His posture had become somewhat stooped. Uncle, my back is really sore. Is it too big, weighing you down? No. Chen Daxigua frowned, his face filled with exhaustion. Never mind, let's go check Lin Bei's health. The two of them arrived in front of Lin Bei's room. They could hear two people playing inside. Apparently Zhao Kong was there too. Transformers transform. Vroom vroom chach kichke. Watch this, Balala energy, Hunila, magic fairy transformation. Gunala god of darkness, Wuhulahu, black magic transformation. They were having a blast. Chen Daxigua was already used to it. He pushed the door open and called out like a nanny. You two, time for a health check. Woohoo, take off. Lin Bei was busy gesturing with a toy plane, as if he hadn't heard a word. Zhao Kong cast a sidelong glance. With a look of sheer simple-mindedness, he asked with astonishment. Hey Chen Daxigua, how come you've grown two heads? Stop talking nonsense. Get over here and let me take your temperature. Chen Daxigua was infuriated. Zhao Kong peered closely and said very seriously, For real, I'm not lying to you. There's a human head riding on your back. Hiss. Chen Xuan and the other gasped. How did things suddenly get so creepy? Chen Daxigua, who was already feeling his head grow heavy, was scared witless. Little cutie Zhou, what kind of nonsense are you babbling? I'm not. Zhao Kong scratched his head, looking aggrieved. Chen Xuan pondered. While Zhao Kong was tested as an awakened, he hadn't demonstrated any abilities so far, and he seemed to have become simple-minded, so they kept him there for observation. Ding! System scan complete. Zhao Kong is a sea-level husky beast soul awakened. Talent: pupil of the left eye, capable of discerning all hidden ghosts and monsters. Lin Bei, listening to the voice in his head, blurted out while playing with his plane. Zhao Kong's ability is called pupil of the left eye. He can see things that humans can't see. Hey he. Chen Daxigua was instantly broken out in a cold sweat. Chen Yurong was terrified, and suddenly felt an intense itching on her neck, as if a large bump had grown there. She quickly took off her coat. Uncle, come over and take a look for me. Oh, right. Chen Xuan didn't dare to delay, and quickly pulled aside Chen Daxigua's collar to look at the back of her neck. Lin Bei put down his toy airplane, ran over in 2 steps, and stared eagerly. They saw that on the back of Chen Daxigua's neck, there was indeed a tumor growing. However, what was shocking was that the tumor had faint outlines of facial features, looking just like a human face. Hiss. Chen Xuan was so scared that his hair stood on end. Lin Bei, enjoying the spectacle, said it really grew a second head. I told you, I, the clever one, never lie. Zhao Kong shrugged, looking very proud. Yeah. Lin Bei nodded. You are an honest kid, and I, as the captain, would like to commend you. Chen Daxigor was scared to death. Is honesty really the point here? Shouldn't you be concerned about the thing growing on my neck? No way, I need to get checked immediately. Chen Daxigor ran out of Lin Bei's room in a hurry. Chen Xuan was deeply worried about his niece and followed right behind her. Woohoo, take off. Lin Bei continued to play with his toy airplane. The matter of Chen Daxigor's tumor with a human face was too terrifying, and it quickly spread throughout the Supernatural Bureau. People were all curious, and everyone who could come came to see. The research lab was in an uproar. This is too magical, isn't it? I've worked at the Supernatural Bureau for so many years and seen everything, but this is truly the first time for me. Could it just be a pimple that happened to grow into the shape of a human face? Pimple's my foot. Don't you have any common sense? I see this is clearly a boil. People were talking all at once, including old experts and professors, but they all said they had never seen such a thing. Nobody knew what was going on. Through instrument observation, this human-faced tumor seemed to be an independent life form, and its nerves were already connected to Chen Daxigor's cervical spine, making it impossible to remove by conventional surgery. What are we going to do? Chen Daxigor noticed that in just half an hour, the tumor had grown significantly larger. It was as if it were about to come back to life. Director Li adjusted his glasses. As the director of the Supernatural Bureau, he was technically her superior and had to take responsibility for this incident. I suspect this tumor was caused by some kind of mutation. Conventional methods won't work. In my opinion, why don't we send Yurong to the headquarters? Yes, the people at headquarters are more experienced and might be able to solve this. Chen Xuan was anxious, like an ant on a hot pan. Sending her to the headquarters might not guarantee a solution, but it was better than just sitting here and waiting for death. Chen Daxigor's pretty face was pale and cold sweat was streaming down her forehead, as if she were terminally ill. All right, then let's get to the headquarters quickly. Beep, 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 beep. The watch on her wrist started to ring. Needless to say, Lin Bei was ringing the bell again. Chen Daxigor couldn't be bothered with that now. She casually turned the watch off. She was preparing to head to the headquarters. But within 10 seconds, footsteps were heard running toward them. Chen Daxigor, didn't you say to press the bell if you needed something? Why is there no sound now? Lin Bei, wearing pink boxers with a Peppa Pig pattern, asked with a frown. Zhao Kong was holding a pile of toys, acting like a lackey. Yeah, Chen Daxigor, the captain is calling you, how dare you not go? I'm not feeling well, I need to go to the headquarters. Don't listen to them, you can't go to the headquarters. Lin Bei crossed his arms. If she leaves, there will be no one left to wash my feet. Chen Xuan said with a crying tone. Lin Bei, please stop messing around. My niece's life is in danger right now. It was me who told her to go to the headquarters. Who are you? Director Li's expression was stern. He had met Zhao Kong before, but he had never met Lin Bei. I am their captain. Who are you? Lin Bei looked at him, rolling his eyes, feeling quite defiant. Captain, I am the director here. Director Li thought he was overestimating himself. Lin Bei looked confused. Chen Xuan, does a captain have a higher rank or does a director? Of course the director's rank is higher, Chen Xuan replied. Lin Bei, alright then I'm the director now. Everyone. Nonce. Director Li's face darkened. Chen Xuan, who on earth is he? Why are you bringing just anyone into our bureau? Director, please don't be angry, let me explain. His name is Lin Bei. His brain is a bit weird, but his skills are immense. He's already solved quite a few mutated monsters. That still doesn't excuse messing around. What's the point of solving monsters? It can't solve Yurong's problem. Quickly send Yurong to the headquarters. Director Li said sternly. Lin Bei narrowed his eyes. You old geezer, who are you looking down on? Who said I can't solve it? Chen Daxigur just grew a tumor. Can't I just dig it out? I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Stop causing trouble here. Director Lee knew something was wrong with his brain and didn't want to lower himself to his level. That tumor was likely caused by a mutated monster. It was bizarre, and it was connected to her nerves. Just like that, you can dig it out? However, Chen Xuan's eyes widened as he had witnessed Lin Bei's power before. He might actually be able to solve this. Lin Bei, you. Mind your rank, please address me as Director Lin. Yes, Director Lin, can you really dig out the tumor on your own? Is it really that hard to dig something out? Lin Bei looked at them with contempt. Everyone looked at each other, feeling that this was not reliable. Especially Director Lee. He thought it was just nonsense, wasting everyone's time. Chen Xuan wouldn't really believe him, would he? Well, niece, just let Lin Bei have a try, Chen Xuan said. Chen Yurong felt her brain getting heavier and heavier, her pretty face deathly pale. She didn't think she could make it to the headquarters, so she agreed. Clever one, bring me my magic shovel. Lin Bei reached out to the side without looking back. Got it. Zhao Kong dumped the pile of toys from his arms onto the floor. There was plasticine, a toy car, a transformer, and so on. He shuffled through them. He found a beach shovel. It was the kind of plastic toy that children used to dig sand at the seaside. The handle was yellow, and the shovel head was green. Captain, here is your magic shovel. Lin Bei took the shovel and swaggered forward. Chen Daxigua, bend over first. Make it quick. Okay. Chen Yurong grabbed onto the test bench with both hands, raised her hips, and bowed her head as low as she could to expose the tumor with a human face on the back of her neck. The features of the human face on it were even clearer, and it seemed to wear a hint of a smile. Smiling at me. You don't look like anything good. Watch me shovel you to death. Lin Bei looked at the tumor with disdain. He raised his hand and swung the shovel down. Ding. System enchantment. The beach shovel has turned into a shovel of exorcism.
The shovel suddenly erupted with a golden light, blinding everyone with its brilliance. Splat! Lin Bei swung it down heavily, striking the back of Chen Desigua's neck. Ying yang yang. Chen Desigua let out a soft whimpering sound, but instead of feeling pain, she felt a sense of comfort. Yet from behind her ear, a strange squeaking noise emerged, sounding like the chirping of a mouse. The fleshy growth seemed to come to life, its humanoid facial features twisting together in extreme agony. Seeing this, everyone around gasped, feeling a deep sense of eeriness. But after a while, the large growth, having lost its host, died completely and dropped to the ground like a dehydrated piece of meat with a soft thud. Looking back at the back of Chen Desigua's neck, the skin was smooth and flat, without any bleeding or even a scar. It had returned to normal. She felt completely light and relieved. All her pain vanished instantly, and she felt refreshed again. If not for the shriveled, dried-up growth on the floor, one might think the whole thing had been a hallucination. Beijing. That is impressive. Did it really work? The onlookers clicked their tongues in wonder, and their gazes toward Lin Bei began to shift. Especially Director Lei. His eyes were practically popping out of their sockets. He had assumed Lin Bei was just messing around, but he never expected him to actually solve such a troublesome growth. This can't be real, right? Isn't he supposed to be mentally slow? Lin Bei shot him a sideways glance. You old geezer, who are you calling mentally slow? Your head looks all wrinkled and shriveled like a growth itself. Why don't I dig it off for you? Lin Bei said, walking forward while holding his divine shovel. This gave Director Lee a real scare. No, I'm sorry. I spoke out of turn. Director Lee waved his hands frantically and retreated quickly, running out of the room in terror. The people around were dumbfounded. Chen Xuan was quite emotional to see his niece recovered. He silently marveled that Lin Bei had actually succeeded. Lin Bei, thank you so much. Call me Director Lin. Yes, of course, whatever you say. Chen Xuan nodded repeatedly in agreement. Chen Yurong felt a lingering fear, her pretty face showing signs of shock. She felt as though she had brushed past the gates of hell. Being parasitized by that growth was truly excruciating. Yet she also found it very strange. She had been in the Ability Bureau the whole time. How could she have picked up such a thing? But then a thought crossed her mind. An old figure appeared in her mind instantly. Yes, it must be him. Chen Desigua was certain it was that Zhang Ankang from earlier. The father of the deceased black-haired monster. Because apart from him, Chen Desigua hadn't had contact with any outsiders. And they'd even shaken hands. Uncle, it must be Zhang Ankang. I was infected by him. That person is suspicious. Chen Xuan understood what his niece meant immediately. His aged face darkened. I already felt that old man was off. Recalling Zhang Ankang's appearance and his strange demeanor, he was likely a victim of the growth too. Niece, I will gather the team to investigate Zhang Ankang right away, while you analyze this growth to see what exactly it is. Chen Xuan was fuming because the growth had nearly cost his niece her life. However, thinking about how bizarre the human-faced growth was, Chen Xuan felt a bit hesitant. Zhang Ankang probably wasn't a force to be trifled with. And so, he turned to look at Lin Bei. His face immediately shifted into a flattering smile. Director Lin, when you have the time, would you mind leading us on this operation? Sure. If I go out, I'll definitely take you along. But I'm sleepy now, going to catch some Z's, bye. Lin Bei walked toward his room without looking back. Hey. Chen Xuan felt a vain pulse on his forehead. He had thought everything was sorted. He never expected Lin Bei to just go to sleep. He checked his watch. It was already 5 in the afternoon. Sleeping at this hour? How long was he planning to sleep for? Still, Chen Xuan and the others didn't stay idle. They quickly notified the team members to investigate Zhang Ankang's address and personal information to prepare for the operation. Meanwhile, Chen Desigua used equipment to examine the growth that had nearly killed her and scoured the internet for related information. But they worked until nightfall, without any real progress. They only found a hair-raising legend about a growth on an obscure internet forum. According to the post, once there was a man who grew a fleshy lump on the back of his neck with the profile of a human face, and as it grew larger, the features became clearer. The man was in such agony that he finally broke down, grabbed a knife, stood before a mirror, and hacked down heavily on the growth. The result? At the very moment he lost consciousness, he saw the growth on his neck smiling at him. Chen Xuan and the others found this deeply eerie. However, after analyzing it together, they concluded that the man had made a mistake. He had hacked his own head off. Or perhaps, once the growth reaches a certain stage, it can control the host's actions. Although Chen Desigua couldn't verify the truth of this legend, the thought made her feel even more fearful. If it were true, without Lin Bei's help, she might have turned into a monster that cut its own head off. Captain, I found Zhang Ankang's address. He lives in Happiness Village on the outskirts of the city. That place doesn't seem right. Oh, what's wrong with it? Chen Xuan asked. See for yourself. Bai Xiaomantu handed over a stack of documents. Chen Xuan took them, and soon broke out in a cold sweat. His hand holding the documents began to tremble. Because the files stated that Happiness Village was actually a village of suicides, where nearly 100 people had taken their lives in the last few months. And their methods of suicide were all simple and very brutal. That is, cutting their own heads off with their own hands. The air went dead silent as everyone read this. Cold sweat beaded on Chen Xuan's forehead. Could the online rumor be true? He felt this was beyond his ability to resolve, far beyond his reach. That place was just too demonic. Who knew what kind of monsters or demons that Zhang Ankang was? Chen Xuan had suspected it wasn't a simple matter, but he hadn't expected it to be this terrifying. Captain Chen, so, are we still going? Bai Xiaomantu asked tentatively. Chen Xuan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Is Lin Bei awake yet? It's late at night now. He probably won't be waking up, Bai Xiaomantu replied. Chen Xuan nodded. We're not going. Meeting adjourned? The next day, Chen Xuan reported the matter to his superiors at the bureau. The leadership took it very seriously. Since Chen Xuan was the one who discovered it, they simply handed the task of resolving it over to him. Chen Xuan felt bitter inside, because this whole thing was just too dangerous. And so, he spent the whole morning pacing in front of Lin Bei's room. It wasn't until the caretaker had finished helping Lin Bei with his daily routine that he finally stepped into the room. Lin Bei was sitting cross-legged on the bed, wearing his Peppa Pig boxers, holding a remote and flipping through television channels. He completely ignored Chen Xuan as he walked in. Hee. Chen Xuan let out an awkward laugh and rubbed his hands together like a fly. Director Lin, shall we get going? Go where? Lin Bei finally turned his head. Chen Xuan looked stunned. Didn't we agree yesterday that once you woke up, you'd lead our operation? Did I say that? My brain isn't working right, I don't remember. Lin Bei shook his head. You. Chen Xuan was speechless, wondering how he could suddenly flip the script and deny everything. Besides, Lin Bei used to be eager to go out and play, but today he was acting completely different. Lin Bei rolled his eyes and suddenly sighed. Sigh. Look at me, I've been here for so many days, and nobody has bought me any clothes to wear. I have nothing to wear when I go out, and I've played with all these toys already. What am I supposed to do? Chen Xuan's jaw dropped, and he was momentarily stunned. He understood Lin Bei's little scheme perfectly. This was clearly a hint directed at him. Is this guy actually slow or just pretending? Chen Xuan fell into deep doubt, unable to believe he was using this opportunity to make him buy him things. However, Chen Xuan immediately put on a smiling face. Hee, no problem. Director Lin, as long as you lead our operation to success, I'll definitely buy you clothes and toys. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Chen Xuan patted his chest to promise him. He thought to himself, how much can clothes and toys cost? The operation is what really matters. Alright, let's go. Lin Bei hopped off the bed with a thud and started getting dressed. He was feeling pretty good about himself. Not only could he go out to play, but he'd also get someone to buy him clothes and toys. It was killing two birds with one stone. I really am such a clever little guy. Everyone was ready to go. It was the same elite team as last time. Bai Xiaomantu, Wang Ermazi, and Bian Mingjun. Paw Patrol rollout. Bai Qiang and the others were the investigators for this incident. They had a deeper understanding of Happy Village and knew it was no good place, filled with weirdness everywhere. It's called Happy Village, but it's actually a suicide village. This huge contrast left people with an indescribable feeling. And the geographical location of Happy Village was extremely remote. It was at the foot of a barren mountain outside the suburbs of Jiangdong City. Technically, it wasn't even under the jurisdiction of the Paranormal Bureau. No specific team was responsible for that area. These leaders, with just a few words, they send us to a place that nobody manages. Wang Hu complained while driving. The muddy road hadn't been maintained, making the ride incredibly bumpy. Chen Xuan hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Alright, if we pull this off, our team's status in the Bureau will skyrocket. Then I'd like to see who dares to look down on us and say we're incompetent. Captain, isn't it only you who has been looked down upon? Hey, you! Chen Xuan felt he was being unfair, constantly dredging up his past. Bai Qiang said firmly from the side. I don't care about the fame, but that flesh tumor parasite was inside Yurong, and I came here to avenge her. Today, I must drag that old man out. Yeah. Chen Xuan nodded repeatedly, expressing his strong agreement. You all see, even our Bai Qiang is righteous. You two grown men should learn from her. Lin Bei didn't pay attention to them and turned to look out the car window. He was just here to play. It was midsummer. Outside the window, the meadows were emerald green, and the distant mountain ranges were layered against each other, making for pleasant scenery. For a rich city kid like Lin Bei, this natural landscape had a certain unique charm. Before long, a flock of sheep appeared in the meadow outside. 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep, 4 sheep. Lin Bei pointed out the window and started counting sheep. Chen Xuan saw the flock of sheep. He knew they weren't far from Happy Village. There are too many sheep, I can't count them all, Lin Bei pouted, looking a bit frustrated. In the middle of the flock, there were 2 villagers herding them. Perhaps because outsiders rarely visit Happy Village. The 2 of them stared fixedly at the jeep. Without blinking, they watched the jeep drive far away, never taking their eyes off it. Chen Xuan looked behind the car, feeling something was odd. Everyone stay alert. Happy Village had about 100 households with red brick houses scattered about, each with its own small courtyard. The villagers primarily raised pigs. There were many large-scale pig farmers in the village. Even while walking along the road, one could smell the foul odor of pig manure drifting in the air. As the jeep drove in, dogs in the farmyards began barking furiously. Wang Hu slowed down, looking around. It seems pretty normal. There's nothing special here. Are you sure what was on the internet isn't fake? It's better to be careful, don't let your guard down. Chen Xuan reminded him. A moment later, the jeep pulled up in front of a small courtyard. According to the information they found, this is where Zhang Ankang lives. Recalling the old man's appearance and demeanor, Chen Xuan felt inexplicably nervous. The group stepped out of the car. Lin Bei sniffed the air and caught a stench. He felt this wasn't a fun place to be. At this moment, Chen Xuan had already arrived at the courtyard gate. He gently knocked on the door ring. "Excuse me, is anyone home?" But after a long while there was no reply. Could he have gotten wind of us and run away already? Chen Xuan muttered to himself. However, the knocking sounds here had disturbed the next-door neighbor. A woman appeared in the yard next door and shouted in a thick local accent. "What are you all doing?" "We are from the Paranormal Bureau, here to investigate some things." Chen Xuan turned to answer. Hearing that they were from the Paranormal Bureau, the woman's expression suddenly became respectful, and she grew enthusiastic. "Old man Zhang isn't home. He left yesterday and hasn't been back since. If you need to know anything, you can ask me." This Zhang Ankang hasn't been back since yesterday. Chen Xuan and the others looked at each other. At this point, the woman next door opened her courtyard gate, her expression becoming even more enthusiastic. Come in. I've heard that people from the Paranormal Bureau are all experts. TSK. Look at this young man. He's so handsome." Thanks, you're too kind." Chen Xuan blushed, feeling he couldn't refuse such kindness. He secretly thought how sincere and simple-hearted the village people were. "I was talking about him, don't you get any ideas?" the woman said, turning her smile toward Lin Bei. Chen Xuan's smile froze instantly. Did you really have to be so blunt? Lin Bei heard her calling him handsome and thought to himself, isn't that just stating the obvious? The 5 of them followed the woman into the courtyard, where there was a pigsty on the left, emitting grunting sounds, and of course, the stench of pig manure. "Please, come on in everyone, have a seat inside." The woman's face was beaming with a very warm smile. The dim light inside the low brick house, despite being midsummer, gave off a chilling sensation. "Please sit, make yourselves at home, don't be strangers." The woman smiled and called out to the inner room, "Daughter, we have guests, go brew a pot of tea." No need, please don't go to any trouble." Chen Xuan waved his hands repeatedly. Lin Bei, however, didn't stand on ceremony and plopped right down on the sofa. It felt very soft, so he even bounced on it twice. "Officer, what is it you need to know? I've been old Zhang's neighbor for over a decade. I know him very well." "Oh, I see." Chen Xuan nodded. "Has Zhang Ankang been behaving strangely lately?" "Not at all," the woman replied. "Then has his hunchback always been that severe? When did it start?" Chen Xuan continued asking. The woman answered without hesitation. "He's always been like that. He was hunched ever since I met him. I guess it's just natural, and it wouldn't be polite to ask. That would be like deliberately pointing out someone's flaw. Hearing her answer, Chen Xuan and his team found it strange. Because if Zhang Ankang had been parasitized by a human-faced tumor, it should have only started recently. Could they be mistaken? Or, is this woman lying? But seeing her simple and warm demeanor, it didn't seem like it. Tea is here. At that moment, a graceful girl's voice came as a young woman walked in with a tea tray. Sorry to have kept you all waiting. The group glanced over. The girl who entered was about 15 or 16 years old, wearing a clean white dress, her pretty face beaming with a warm and innocent smile, looking very cute. But the moment Chen Xuan saw the girl, his body inexplicably stiffened, his expression stunned, seeming somewhat incredulous. Is this your daughter? Yes, that's right, this is my girl, Xiaokui. The woman nodded with a smile. Chen Xuan opened his mouth, staring straight at Xiaokui, his expression growing increasingly grim. Bai Qiang and the others felt it was strange, thinking, what's wrong with the captain? Does he have some kind of peculiar hobby? Hey, Captain Chen, you're old enough, why are you staring at a young girl like that? Bai Qiang asked, while picking up a cup of tea, ready to drink it down. But Chen Xuan grabbed her wrist. Don't drink it. Huh, what's wrong? Bai Qiang felt confused. Chen Xuan pulled out his phone and brought up a photo. Take a look at this. Lin Bei, out of curiosity, craned his neck to get a look too. The photo was a group picture of a tour group. There were about a dozen people. And among them was a little girl, wearing a white dress, making a peace sign, with a smile on her face. Bai Qiang looked at the phone photo and compared it to the Xiaokui in front of them. It wasn't just that they looked the same, they were absolutely identical. Captain Chen, so you knew her all along, you even took her picture, Bai Qiang said. But Chen Xuan's face turned darker and darker. He squeezed out a few words through his teeth. This is the tour group that went missing a while ago. Huh. Except for Lin Bei, the other team members were stunned. Their expressions were like ducks being choked. The missing persons from the tour group. How could they appear here? Obviously. This woman has been lying the whole time. This whole thing is filled with eeriness. However, the woman and Xiaokui were still smiling, as if a mask had been firmly set upon their faces. Looking at their smiles, the group felt a chill to the bone. Who exactly are you? Chen Xuan stood up straight, his eyes full of caution. He. The woman kept smiling. You see, don't be so tense. Let us show you a magic trick to lighten the mood. A magic trick? They were confused. But the next moment, a horrifying scene unfolded before them. They saw the woman and Xiaokui hold their own heads with both hands and begin to rotate them bit by bit. Crack, crack. Both their heads rotated 360 degrees. And right in front of everyone, they actually took their own heads off. Hiss. Chen Xuan and the others widened their eyes, completely dumbfounded. Lin Bei gave them both a thumbs up. Wonderful. The two people in front of them did not die after removing their heads. Right in plain sight. A tumor bulged out from the severed necks, with the outline of a human face on it. At the same time, black fur began to grow all over their bodies, and within a few breaths, they were covered in thick black fur. They had completely turned into black-furred monsters. This. Chen Xuan and the others were completely bewildered. But they realized one thing. The final form of someone parasitized by a tumor was that ferocious black-furred monster. Roar. Two savage roars erupted, and a foul stench filled the air. Two living, breathing people instantly turned into vicious monsters, catching Chen Xuan and the others off guard. Retreat! Chen Xuan's first reaction was to run, so he scrambled and scurried toward the door. At the same time, the two monsters attacked, leaping toward the group. Bian Mingjun furrowed his brows. He stretched out his fingers, which transformed into plant roots. As the roots danced, they wrapped around the monsters like iron chains. Although these black-furred monsters were of the same breed as the one in the park earlier, perhaps because they hadn't killed anyone or eaten human hearts yet. Their strength was far inferior to that one. Bian Mingjun's roots managed to bind both monsters tightly, looking like two large rice dumplings. Hit it! Wang Hu, seeing an opportunity, leaped up and mounted the monster's shoulders. He unleashed a flurry of punches at the monster's head. Bai Qiong didn't hold back either. Biting her lip, she attacked the other monster fiercely. The room became chaotic, with pots and pans flying everywhere. Meanwhile, Lin Bei was still sitting on the sofa watching the show and clapping for himself. That magic trick was really well done. The two monsters were no match for the three, and after being beaten until they shrieked, they passed out after a while. Pew! The three of them panted heavily, clearly exhausted. Something is definitely wrong with this village. Bai Qiong frowned. There's no telling how many people the tumor has parasitized. The whole village might have turned into monsters. This needs to be reported to the bureau immediately. Wait, where did Captain Chen go? Wang Hu asked. They looked around and found that Chen Xuan hadn't run far. He was standing still by the door. Only now his body was trembling continuously, and fine cold sweat was streaming down his forehead. He was looking toward the courtyard with a face full of terror, as if he had seen something unbelievable. What is going on here? Everyone felt that something was strange. Lin Bei was also curious and, thinking there was some excitement to witness, quickly stood up and followed them to the door. Captain Chen, what are you doing here? Bai Qiong asked. But Chen Xuan said nothing, trembling as he raised his arm. He pointed toward the courtyard. The others followed his gesture, and their eyes turned to look with shock. Because in the middle of the courtyard stood a huge old so as big as a rhinoceros. But the most shocking part was this. The old so was completely covered in tumors that looked like human faces. They were thick and dense. Each one was the size of a fist, packed next to one another, some even stacked on top of each other, and all of them had distinct facial features. Hiss! Everyone gasped, feeling their scalps tingle. It was enough to trigger trypophobia. Bai Qiong covered her mouth with her delicate hand. Her stomach churned violently. She felt like she was about to vomit from disgust. What the hell? This is a disaster. Roar! The giant so let out a roar, reeking of a foul stench, then kicked its legs and charged straight at them. Boom! With every step it took, the ground shook. It was like a runaway locomotive. That pig is really huge. Lin Bei exclaimed internally, having never seen such a large old so before. At the same time he dodged to the side, while Bai Qiong and the others were agile and managed to dash away instantly. Only Chen Xuan stood there stiff as a board. He remained frozen in place, and he was the primary target of the huge so. Bang! Chen Xuan was hit head-on, his body sent flying backward like a kite with a broken string, landing with a thud back into the room. Grief! Lin Bei scratched his head, feeling like it was time to start the funeral banquet. The giant so was acting wildly, rampaging through the courtyard and relentlessly chasing Bai Qiong and the others. Facing absolute power, their offensive moves were useless, and they could only flee in a panic. Even though the giant so was wide and fat, it wasn't slow at all. It made life miserable for the group. Help, help me! Bian Mingjun shouted. He was a plant-type awakener, and speed was his weakness, so he was quickly overtaken by the so. Thump! Bian Mingjun was knocked flat on his face by the so. The so knocked down another person, feeling rather triumphant. It continued to look for its next target. Turning its head, it spotted a young man crouching on the ground, curiously staring at it, and pointing his finger at it. 1 tumor, 2 tumors, 3 tumors, 4. Sigh, there are too many, I can't count them all, how annoying! Huh. The giant so narrowed its fierce eyes. This human was actually not afraid of it, and was even counting. It kicked its hind legs against the ground, seeming to power up. Then, like an arrow released from a bow, it dashed rapidly toward Lin Bei. Lin Bei, watch out! Bai Qiong and the others were anxious. Because Lin Bei was not an awakener. His physical stats were just those of an ordinary person. If he got hit by that, it would be like getting into a car accident. Lin Bei, on the other hand, was quite relaxed. He slowly stood up, pulled a water gun from his waist, and aimed it directly at the charging So. Ding! System upgrade. The water gun has become an enchanted energy cannon. Boom! Lin Bei pulled the trigger, and a laser beam shot out. It hit the So precisely. The energy cannon had immense power, causing the entire So to burst, and the shredded meat was instantly incinerated into black ash by the intense heat. The once swaggering giant So had turned to ash in the blink of an eye. It had completely vanished. 0. Lin Bei blew on the muzzle, which wasn't even smoking. Bai Qiang and the others were dumbfounded, followed by a rush of surprise. The troublesome giant So had actually been dealt with so easily by Lin Bei. Wow, awesome! As expected of our director Lin. Amazing. Wang Hu gave a thumbs up. Bian Mingjun breathed a sigh of relief and limped to his feet. This mutant monster had been a huge threat to him. And Chen Xuan crawled out of the wreckage. He started brushing the dust off his body. He acted as if nothing had happened, not injured at all. Lin Bei had initially thought they would be holding a funeral, and felt very confused. Why, you fine? Ha, a monster like that wants to hurt me? Chen Xuan said, brushing off the dust. Bai Qiong stepped forward to explain. Captain Chen is a beetle-type awakener. His ability is hardened skin, giving him high defense. Simply put, he's durable. Oh, that's a bit of a pity. Lin Bei spread his hands. Chen Xuan continued to boast. A mutant monster of this level poses no threat to me at all. I can't even be bothered to fight. I wish I had a stronger opponent. Captain, is that why you were lying on the ground playing dead until just now? Bian Mingjun called his bluff. But before Chen Xuan could brag any further, footsteps were heard outside the courtyard. Clearly, many villagers were approaching. And low roars were faintly mixed in. Chen Xuan's brushing motion stopped immediately, his face turning deathly pale again. He clearly realized what was happening. Captain, the stronger opponent you wanted might have just arrived, Bian Mingjun said. But Chen Xuan was in no mood to joke with him. Could the villagers here all have turned into monsters? Why don't you go out and see? Bai Qiong suggested. Chen Xuan shook his head repeatedly. The monsters were approaching the yard. It was time to run. Quick, let's hide. Everyone scanned the area, looking for a place to hide. Chen Xuan leaped into a large water vat and closed the lid. Wang Hu and Bai Qiong hid inside the house. Lin Bei looked around. It's time for hide and seek. He turned and dove into a haystack nearby, staying very well hidden. Clang! Just as Lin Bei finished hiding, the courtyard gate was broken open. An ominous aura surged in instantly. At the entrance, one black-haired monster after another walked in. Sure enough, all the villagers here had been parasitized. Not only them, but also various livestock, chickens, ducks, geese, and dogs. All of them had tumors, clearly controlled as well. Even Lin Bei saw a mouse crawl out from a corner. Its head had also been replaced by a human-faced tumor. It made squeaking noises with its mouth. It was truly nauseating. A crowd of vicious monsters roamed the yard, starting to search for the scent of humans. Lin Bei looked up. He realized that Bian Mingjun hadn't hidden away, but was half-crouched in a corner. His hands and feet had turned into roots, digging into the soil. And he kept mumbling. I am a blade of grass. 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 This was one of his abilities called plant concealment. It could temporarily seal off human aura, making him indistinguishable from a plant to low-level monsters. Sure enough, several monsters walked past him and didn't attack. They seemed to really think he was a plant. That's amazing, Lin Bei exclaimed internally. But not long after, a big black dog with a tumor on its neck walked over slowly. And it seemed a bit urgent to pee, heading straight for Bian Mingjun. Bian Mingjun's face darkened. He had a bad premonition. Immediately, he felt his shoulders sink as the big black dog's hind leg landed right on him. Oh my god! Bian Mingjun felt a heat on his cheek, and a yellowish-brown liquid splashed down like a shower head. The big black dog had just washed his face with a stream of urine. The stench was instantly suffocating. What the hell? Bian Mingjun was cursing inwardly while clenching his teeth, fighting back the urge to vomit, and holding his breath to avoid being discovered by the monsters. Seeing this, Lin Bei chuckled to himself, finding the whole thing incredibly funny. Fortunately, Bian Mingjun held it together and didn't move an inch. After finishing its business, the big black dog was quite satisfied. It shook its body and sauntered off into the distance. Having learned his lesson, Bian Mingjun felt this was no place to stay. Besides, it reeked way too much. What if another dog came by later? He darted his eyes around, then began to move slowly with his roots still buried in the soil, creeping along at the speed of a snail. Before long, he arrived next to the hay pile where Lin Bei was hiding, thinking it was safer there. Lin Bei could already smell the faint odor of urine drifting off him, thinking the grass he used for camouflage should probably be called dog piss moss now. Hey, Eureka Piss. Bian Mingjun. These black-furred monsters and the parasitized livestock were clearly of a lower class and not particularly intelligent. They hadn't managed to find the hiding spots of the others. Chen Xuan and his team breathed a silent sigh of relief, thinking they would be safe once the monsters left. But just then, the monsters, which had been wandering around, suddenly stopped and turned toward the gate in unison, looking almost reverent, as if they were welcoming their boss. Huh, what's going on? Lin Bei's eyes darted around from within the hay. Bian Mingjun next to him also followed the monster's gaze. At that moment, an aged, hunched figure appeared in the doorway. He was severely stooped, his skin dark and leathery, his eye sockets deep, and he had hardly any hair left. It was the very person Chen Xuan and the others were looking for, Zhang Ankang. Only now, he looked completely different. His dark, old face was sinister, and his deep-set eyes were filled with a violent, predatory glint as he scanned the area, looking ready to tear someone apart. He won't find me. Bian Mingjun felt the most uneasy, because his plant disguise could only fool low-level monsters. If he ran into something smart, the jig would be up. Fortunately, the hay pile provided cover, making his target less obvious. You can't see me, you can't see me, you can't see me, Bian Mingjun muttered to himself. Perhaps his spell worked, as Zhang Ankang didn't even glance in their direction. Instead, he walked straight toward a large water vat. If Lin Bei remembered correctly, that was where Chen Xuan was hiding. 1 step, 2 steps. Zhang Ankang's pace was slow, but exceptionally steady. He was getting closer and closer to the vat. Perhaps Chen Xuan inside felt something, as his body shuddered inexplicably, causing the vat to rattle twice. Zhang Ankang's withered hand gripped the wooden lid of the vat. He ripped it off violently. Surprise! Inside, Chen Xuan was hunched at the bottom of the vat, his neck arched, wearing an expression of total bewilderment. Yeah, hello there. Chen Xuan gave a smile that looked worse than crying. His brain had effectively short-circuited. Crunch. Zhang Ankang kicked the water vat to pieces. Chen Xuan flew out along with the shards, landing hard on the ground in a faceplant. I heard you were looking for me. Zhang Ankang's voice was raspy, and a wicked smile played on his lips. Pieft cough cough. Chen Xuan choked on the dust and waved his hands frantically, saying, No, I just heard conditions in Happy Village were a bit tough, so I came to offer some comfort and see if you needed anything. Well then, I want your life. Zhang Ankang's malice broke through, and he stepped onto Chen Xuan's back. With a muffled thud, the surrounding ground sank slightly. Clearly, it was a heavy blow. If Chen Xuan hadn't used his awakened ability to harden his skin, giving it a black metallic sheen, he would have surely met his maker right there. Damn it, I'll fight you to the death. Chen Xuan was furious, ready to fight with his life. But Zhang Ankang stomped down again. Thud. Dust billowed around them as the ground cracked. Pieft cough cough cough. Chen Xuan felt his internal organs shift and almost vomited blood. He realized this old man was incredibly strong. He was completely outmatched, without even a chance to fight back. Are the people from the Paranormal Bureau really this weak now? None of you can even put up a fight. Zhang Ankang sneered playfully. Who are you exactly? Chen Xuan asked with a frown, sensing this guy wasn't just a regular mutated monster. Zhang Ankang looked at him with contempt. You don't deserve to know who I am. Go to hell. As soon as he spoke, Chen Xuan felt a gust of force above his head, like a heavy iron hammer coming down. Zhang Ankang raised his foot to stomp again. Just at that critical moment, suddenly over a dozen plant roots whipped out, binding Zhang Ankang's leg in midair. Captain, run! Bian Mingjun shouted anxiously. If he didn't act now, Chen Xuan would die under Zhang Ankang's foot, so he couldn't keep up the dog piss moss act anymore. Seeing this, Chen Xuan quickly rolled to the side. You're asking for death. Zhang Ankang looked displeased and kicked his leg with force. It was as if he had infinite strength. Bian Jun's roots snapped instantly. He was jerked off balance and stumbled. The nearby monsters spotted their target and swarmed toward him, including that same big black dog. Panic washed over Bian Mingjun's face. He wasn't stable, making it impossible for him to mount an effective defense. But just then, two figures burst out from the house with a rush of wind. It was Bai Qiang and Wang Hu. Seeing their teammates exposed, they could no longer stay hidden either. The two of them fought off the monsters around Bian Mingjun and rescued him. Are you okay? Bai Qiang asked, helping him up. I can hold on for now. Bian Mingjun's face was grim. Being surrounded in the monster's den with a powerhouse like Zhang Ankang meant they were in a desperate situation. Meanwhile, Lin Bei was still lying in the hay pile, feeling a bit conflicted. Why is everyone coming out? Should I go out too? How annoying. Forget it. No one has found me here yet. I'll go out later. It's all my fault for being so good at hide and seek. Chen Xuan stood up, covered in dust, his face showing a rare, serious expression. Bai Qiang, you're fast. Look for a chance to escape. My old bones can still stall them for a while. No way, if we escape, we're taking you with us. Bai Qiang said with a furrowed brow. Roar! The surrounding monsters let out fierce roars and charged at them in unison. Zhang Ankang crossed his arms. A mocking smile appeared on his face. He looked like someone watching a show. Until he turned his head, and by chance noticed a pair of eyes in the hay pile, darting around frantically.
Zhang Ankang felt strange. Could there be someone else? Seeing his teammate beaten like that, and still not coming out. This guy is a real coward. Zhang Ankang curled his lips into a playful smile and walked towards the haystack step by step. Seeing this, Lin Bei didn't feel the slightest panic. In fact, he felt a bit pleased. He thought, finally they're going to find me. Lying here is so boring. Zhang Ankang walked up to the haystack. He reached out to grab the straw and tore it away in one go. Straw flew everywhere. Through the gaps, Zhang Ankang saw a handsome face. There really was someone hiding here. Hey, even though you found me, it's already too late for you. Lin Bei's mouth curled up. He pulled out a water gun and pulled the trigger directly at Zhang Ankang's head. In an instant, a laser beam shot out, and the scorching heat made the air smell of something burning. Zhang Ankang raised an eyebrow, but it was too late to dodge. Boom! A violent explosion rang in his ears, deafeningly loud. The whole courtyard shook. The explosion caught the attention of Chen Xuan and the others, and as they turned to look, they discovered that half of Zhang Ankang's body had been blown to pieces. Even his head was left with only half remaining, revealing white, ghastly teeth and bone, looking extremely terrifying. Did he take him down? Awesome! Looks like we really can count on Lin Bei. They sighed to themselves, their previously hopeless faces filled with new hope. Because as long as Zhang Ankang is dealt with, the remaining black-furred monsters and chickens, ducks, geese, and dogs are nothing to fear. However, Lin Bei stared at Zhang Ankang, looking him up and down. He felt a bit strange. It felt like he was dead, but also like he wasn't, because that mangled half-body had not fallen down. You're celebrating too early. A hoarse, low voice came from Zhang Ankang's throat, mixed with endless anger and murderous intent. Subsequently, his shattered body actually began to heal rapidly and changed its form. His previously hunched body stood up completely straight. 2 more heads emerged from the hump on his back. Both formed from tumors, looking incredibly hideous. Veins bulged all over his body, with blood flowing through them like strands. His muscles continued to swell, and his frame became robust. In the blink of an eye, a withered, skinny old man had turned into a brawny hunk. Lin Bei watched this scene in amazement. Old man turns into a hunk. It inexplicably reminded him of a guy named Master Roshi. That's amazing. But now is not the time to be impressed, because this guy seems very dangerous. He pulled the trigger of his water gun again, and another laser beam fired. But the 3-headed Zhang Ankang had already prepared for it. His figure flickered, as if he had vanished on the spot. Clearly, his speed was beyond what an ordinary person could track. Where is he? Lin Bei stood stunned. This was beyond his understanding. Look out! Bai Qiong shouted anxiously, her wings of light unfurling as she rushed towards Lin Bei, and grabbed his shoulder, dashing away into the distance. Turning to look, Zhang Ankang had already appeared at their side, and raised his fist to strike. The speed was simply too fast, all in the blink of an eye. Even the air where Zhang Ankang's fist passed made a series of sonic booms. Bang! Lin Bei was instantly sent flying by the powerful punch. If Bai Qiong hadn't pulled him away, he would have likely lost his life right there. He flew backwards rapidly, like a kite with a snapped string. Crash! Lin Bei slammed directly into the red brick wall, his head hitting it hard. Blood gushed out immediately. Warm liquid flowed down his cheek. It hurts. It really hurts. Wah! Lin Bei really wanted to cry. But soon everything went black, and he slumped over unconscious. Lin Bei. Seeing this, Chen Xuan's eyes were wide with shock. He was filled with regret and fell into deep self-blame. It's all his own fault. Everything is his fault. He actually got Lin Bei killed. Maybe he shouldn't have brought Lin Bei. Although he had special abilities, he wasn't an awakened, and he had a mental disability. He himself had actually coveted his abilities and brought someone with a mental disability on a mission, putting him in harm's way. Chen Xuan clenched his fist so hard his nails dug into his flesh. He was filled with endless remorse. Bai Qiong rolled several times to steady herself and looked at the blood-covered Lin Bei. Her eyes also turned red, her nose stung, and grief welled up within her. It was only now that she realized. Even though they hadn't known each other for long, deep down, she had already come to view Lin Bei as a teammate. It's just one dead person, what's all the fuss about? You guys at the Ability Bureau are still the same, so inexperienced. Zhang Kang said with a sneer, throwing out cold remarks. I'm going to kill you. Chen Xuan rushed at him with red eyes, disregarding his own life. But Zhang Ankang just watched him quietly, like a moth to a flame. Then he raised his hand and threw a punch. Bang! Chen Xuan was sent flying back like a rubber ball. Blame yourselves. Why go anywhere else? You just had to come to our organization's testing base. Zhang Ankang acted as if victory were already in his grasp. Organization? Testing base? Are you from the exiled organization? Bian Mingjun suddenly thought of something. Oops, my apologies, I let that slip. But it doesn't matter. You guys aren't getting out of here anyway, Zhang Ankang said sarcastically. Bian Mingjun opened his mouth. He knew what the exiled organization meant. After some people awakened their abilities, their desires inflated. They went around burning, looting, kidnapping, assassinating, and extorting the wealthy, ignoring all rules and believing themselves to be above ordinary people. That was how the exiled organization was formed. The antithesis of the light, the darkest and ugliest place of human nature. Alright, time for you to die. Plant-type awakened are rare, be my fuel. Zhang Ankang's eyes flashed with cruelty. He began walking toward Bian Mingjun, but his leg was hugged by Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan's eyes were bruised, blood flowed from his nose and mouth, and without a word, he held onto Zhang Ankang's leg with a death grip, refusing to let go. You're so eager to die first? Then you can be the first. Zhang Ankang grabbed him by the back of the neck and lifted him up. Captain. Bai Qiong and the others were horrified, using their last bit of strength to rush over, trying to save Chen Xuan. But the surrounding monsters immediately growled and blocked them, making it impossible for them to move. Seeing the trio's anxious expressions, Zhang Ankang pursed his lips. I hate these melodramatic scenes the most. Is that so? What a coincidence, I actually hate them quite a bit too. Suddenly, an abrupt young man's voice came from behind. Everyone was stunned and looked in the direction of the voice. They saw a slender figure, slowly standing up from beside the wall. Though his head was covered in blood and his skin scraped raw, looking in a wretched state. But in his narrow eyes a profound light shone, as if harboring a sea of stars. But it still hurts so much. Lin Bei. You're still not dead? Wait, does anyone else feel like there's something different about him? Bai Qiong and the others felt an inexplicable sense of strangeness. I got a bump on my head, and suddenly my mind cleared up. But I still remember everything from these past few days. Getting hit by a car. Ending up a retard. Heh. Lin Bei let out a soft chuckle, remembering that he seemed to have a system now. Ding. Hello, I am the system. I am here. Hello. Ding. Would the host like to claim the system reward? Claim it. Boo-hoo-hoo. The host finally claimed the reward. The system is so moved I could cry. Ding. System reward. Awakening of the beast soul. The fierce resurrection. No sooner had the words been spoken. A brutal, ferocious aura emanated from Lin Bei's body, and the wounds on his forehead and cheeks healed instantly in 0.1 seconds. Lin Bei's pupils contracted, turning into diamonds, like a wild beast about to go on a killing spree. A monstrous murderous aura swept outwards, causing the nearby monsters to shudder, especially that big black dog from earlier. Its hind legs were shaking, and it peed itself again from fright. Chen Xuan and the others also felt a jolt in their hearts, a tremor coming from the depths of their souls. Everyone turned their heads to look. Lin Bei had been wearing a sensor bracelet the whole time, and now it finally showed a reaction. As the red light flickered, 3 letters popped up. SSS rank. SSS rank? Chen Xuan and the others widened their eyes. Although they were all veteran awakeners, they had never seen something like this before. Ever since the global mutation, we've never even heard of a person with this kind of rank. Is this a joke? Zhang Ankang seemed unable to believe it, his previously arrogant expression now becoming solemn. How is that possible? He must be putting on a show. He snorted coldly and raised his fist to strike at him. Lin Bei stood where he was, with no intention of dodging. A fierce light flashed in his diamond-shaped pupils. Zhang Ankang's speed, which was previously hard to track, slowed down 1,000 times in his eyes, as if in movie slow motion. As Lin Bei raised his hand, he easily gripped his fist. Like an iron clamp, it didn't budge an inch. Feeling that irresistible power, Zhang Ankang panicked and tried to break free from his grip, but no matter how hard he tried, it was all in vain. Crunch, crunch. At this moment, Lin Bei exerted force with his 5 fingers, and Zhang Ankang's hand bones were instantly crushed to pieces. Then, with a sudden yank, Zhang Ankang's entire arm was ripped clean off, and scarlet blood sprayed out. Hiss. Behind them, Chen Xuan and the others gasped in shock. They couldn't even speak properly. This is just too fierce, right? Zhang Ankang's speed and strength were already beyond their limits. But in Lin Bei's hands, he was just like a little chick, being toyed with as he pleased. Lin Bei remained expressionless, raised his hand, and slammed a punch into his chest. Bang! With a dull thud, Zhang Ankang's breastbone caved in, and his whole body was sent flying backwards as if hit by a cannonball. But before he could even hit the ground, Lin Bei flickered, as if teleporting, and reappeared above him. He raised his leg and stomped down. Boom! A powerful force descended. The entire courtyard felt like it was having an earthquake, and the surrounding walls collapsed by more than half. A deep pit appeared in the ground. Cracks covered the surrounding area, and Zhang Ankang now looked like a pile of mush, lying in the middle of the pit, completely stripped of any ability to resist. The head in the middle of him seemed to still have a shred of consciousness left. It's just that now his eyes were full of terror. This is impossible. Zhang Ankang still couldn't believe that Lin Bei was an expert of this level. But Lin Bei didn't say a word. He reached out and grabbed his head, squeezed his 5 fingers hard, and just like crushing a tomato, he smashed his skull to bits. Warm blood mixed with brain matter flowed down between Lin Bei's fingers. But in his palm, a transparent red crystal appeared, about the size of a thumb pad. Red light swirled upon it, as if a burst of energy was slowly flowing from Lin Bei's palm into his own body. Crack! The red crystal was completely consumed, shattering into powder that drifted away in the wind, disappearing. Gulp. In the distance, Chen Xuan and the other 3 unconsciously gulped, feeling their lips go dry. It was the first time they had seen such a brutal scene. They felt terrified. The Lin Bei of today was truly too terrifying. Captain, what is Lin Bei doing? Bai Qiong asked, widening her beautiful eyes. He might be hunting. Captain Chen was quite knowledgeable. Hunting? The 4 of them were confused. What does that mean? Some high-level awakeners exist in a food chain relationship, just like big fish eating small fish or cats eating mice. They can feed to further their own recovery. Chen Xuan explained. Bai Qiong and the others seemed to understand a little. High-level awakeners can absorb the energy of low-level awakeners. Someone like Lin Bei, who is SS rank, is probably at the level of a tiger, and he has many targets he can hunt. Then we aren't on his menu, are we? Bai Qiong was a bit worried. After all, the 4 of them were awakeners too. Bian Mingjun, however, didn't think so. Hey, I'm a plant type. Do you think Lin Bei looks like a vegetarian? Yeah, don't worry, we're both insect types. Looking at Lin Bei, he doesn't seem like the type to eat bugs. Chen Xuan reassured them. Hearing him say that, Bai Qiong felt relieved. But Wang Hu next to them froze for a second. Wait, so should I go? After Zhang Ankang died, all the other people with meat tumors also withered and died one after another. Now in the ruined courtyard, only the 5 of them remained. Lin Bei, are you alright? Seeing him absorb the red crystal, Bai Qiong stepped forward and asked tentatively. Lin Bei's diamond-shaped pupils changed back to normal, and he flashed a warm smile. I'm great. Bai Qiong was stared at by Lin Bei, and her face actually turned red. I'm glad you're okay. The others gathered around as well. Lin Bei, you're too strong. To think you're actually an SSS rank awakener, Bian Mingjun sighed. Yeah, I always felt you were unusual. If this news got out, it would probably shock the whole world, Wang Hu said. Chen Xuan waved his hands repeatedly. Don't go running your mouths. This matter is of great importance and will definitely become one of our Dragon Kingdom's top secrets. We must report this secretly. Yeah, that's true. Wang Hu nodded. There are so many awakeners in the world now, but the Dragon Kingdom only has 5 US rank ones. Their identities are already extremely special. They are not subject to the control of any faction. Occasionally, when they're in a good mood, they'll cooperate with the Ability Bureau. and they usually enjoy many privileges. But Lin Bei's SSS rank, he's much stronger than them. An identity like this must certainly be kept secret. Then let's report what happened in this village first. This place is a testing ground for an exile organization, and we even took down an operative. If the Bureau finds out, there'll probably be a 3-day celebration meeting, Bian Mingjun said excitedly. The group had survived a disaster, and there was an indescribable joy in their hearts. Chen Xuan was also quite emotional. Yeah, this mission was really tough. Let's go. Let's head back. Oh, by the way, Lin Bei, is your brain really all right? As he spoke, he suddenly remembered this matter. The others were also very concerned about him. They all stared straight at him. Meeting everyone's gaze, Lin Bei smiled slightly. Does anyone really think I'm a blockhead? No. It's really great that you're back to normal, Bai Qiong said repeatedly. Yeah. Lin Bei nodded. Transformers, transform, do. He suddenly raised his arms and sprinted towards the jeep outside the door. The 4 of them were left stunned. What's going on? Dazed again? Isn't this a bit too sudden? The 4 of them felt completely caught off guard. Quick, get in the car. Hurry and take him back to have Yurong check him out and see if he can still be saved. Chen Xuan urged them hastily. After getting into the car, they zoomed back to the Paranormal Bureau. In the laboratory, Lin Bei was covered in medical equipment, his eyes darting around wildly. He seemed to find everything fascinating. The core members of the 3rd team were all there, watching Chen Yurong with great anticipation. Uncle Lin Bei hasn't changed at all. He's the same as always. When will he get better? Chen Big Watermelon, I told you, I've always been fine. Isn't it my turn to give you a checkup now? Lin Bei reached out to grab her. But Chen Big Watermelon seemed prepared and quickly sidestepped to dodge him. Seeing their unique brand of chemistry, everyone fell into a sudden silence. This shouldn't be happening. Chen Xuan was utterly baffled. He was perfectly fine before, and he definitely had an SSS rank awakening. We all saw it. Uncle, I think your brain might be broken too. An SSS rank awakening? Are you kidding me? Hey, how are you talking to your uncle? If you don't believe me, ask them yourself. Bai Qiong nodded. That's right, Lin Bei really is an SSS rank awakened one. It's a good thing he saved us, or we wouldn't have made it back. Have you guys been parasitized by face tumors or something? Why are you all talking nonsense? Do you need me to examine you? Chen Big Watermelon said with a sinister look. Everyone was speechless. Ever since Lin Bei went back to being silly, his tracking bracelet stopped glowing too. They had no way to explain themselves. Chen Xuan rubbed his chin deep in thought. I think Lin Bei might only exhibit his awakened state when he becomes clear-headed. Yeah, that's possible. Bai Qiong and the others all agreed. Chen Xuan continued. So we must keep this a secret. Do not tell anyone else. Besides, we have to ensure Lin Bai's safety. We are protecting him. It wasn't just Bai Qiong. The others also felt it was a bit strange. Chen Xuan, however, remained unusually firm. That's right. Remember, Lin Bei is a high-level awakened one. He can hunt others, but in the eyes of even more powerful awakened beings, he is also potential prey, and a very tempting one at that. Even more powerful? Lin Bei's SSS rank. Are you sure there's anyone higher than him? Well, I'm not sure. Chen Xuan hesitated. Because after seeing Lin Bei's state of awakening today, there's only one way to describe it: terrifyingly powerful. Anyone higher than him? Honestly don't know. Bai Qiong, you all keep saying Lin Bei is an awakened one, so what exactly is his power? However, that stumped Bai Xiaoman too. I honestly couldn't tell what his awakening ability was, but if you have to name it, I think it's invincible. Chen Big Watermelon was speechless. She looked over at Lin Bei, who was giggling while playing with his fingers, and immediately stopped believing them. Because of the events at Happiness Village, the 3rd team's reputation soared. They didn't just deal with the face tumors. They also took out a member of a fugitive organization, and the mystery of the missing tour group was also cleared up. Every one of these was a major achievement. The Bureau held a commendation ceremony and issued quite a bit of prize money. Chen Xuan was over the moon. After all, money is a good thing. All right, let's go. I'm treating everyone to dinner. We're having a victory banquet. Oh, did the sun rise in the west today? Bian Mingjun theatrically looked out the window. Chen Xuan was famous for being stingy. He never spent a dime, and even buying him breakfast would make him ache for half the day. Captain Chen, where are we eating? The snack shop downstairs? Well, Chen Xuan thought about it. He actually had that in mind. But now he felt a bit embarrassed to say it. What do you want to eat? You guys pick. I think we should let Lin Bei decide, since he saved our lives. Wang Hu, sitting in front of the computer, suggested. Lin Bei. Chen Xuan muttered to himself, is that guy reliable? But that's fine. He might be too lazy to move and would actually pick the snack shop downstairs. And so, they went to Lin Bei's room. They found him playing with toy cars alongside Zhu Kong. Director Lin, our team is having a victory banquet. What would you like to eat? Eating? Lin Bei's eyes lit up. There were two major things in his life right now, playing and eating. Chen Xuan gave a sly smile and reminded him. It's hot lately, so we should eat something light, don't you think? If you want light food, you've asked the right person. I know the perfect place, the Jiangcheng Grand Hotel. Jiangcheng Grand Hotel? Chen Xuan's jaw dropped. The Jiangcheng Grand Hotel was a landmark in Jiangdong City. It's 5-star. Chen Xuan looked back, hoping for some help from his team. Ahem. But Bai Qiong and the others were in sync. They all turned their heads and pointedly avoided his gaze. This. Chen Xuan felt trapped and had to feign ease. Fine, if we're going, we're going. No problem. Seriously, Captain? Are we really going to a 5-star hotel? I've never been to one. Bai Qiong said with an exaggerated expression. Bian Mingjun also turned around. I've never been either. As expected of Captain Chen. Thank you for the arrangements. Chen Xuan was speechless. They must have done this on purpose. A bunch of trolls. A while later, the group changed into casual clothes and drove to the city center to the Jiangcheng Grand Hotel. The magnificent hotel was glowing with light. The interior was luxuriously decorated. Lin Bei and the others found a private room and sat down. This time, besides Chen Xuan and the others, Zhao Kong also tagged along. After all, he was the one who spotted the face tumor first. He deserved some credit too. So, what would you all like to eat? If there's nothing specific, I'll go ahead and order. Hey, Captain Chen, I think we should let Lin Bei order. Huh? Let him order again? Chen Xuan muttered inwardly. Does he even know how to order food? Waiter, bring me some Australian lobster, bird's nest soup with sea tiger fins, pan-fried baby abalones, steamed hairy crabs. This is light. Lin Bei rattled off the dish names with practiced ease and continued ordering. For this top-tier rich kid, ordering fine dining was ingrained in his DNA. It just came naturally to him. Chen Xuan's face turned pale at that moment. He felt that the dishes Lin Bei ordered were a bit pricey. The others couldn't help but snicker. Captain Chen, you aren't feeling reluctant, are you? You're not actually heartbroken over the money, right? Bai Qiong said, full of passive-aggressive sarcasm. During critical moments, they were the most reliable teammates. But at non-critical moments, they were the most troublesome friends. Chen Xuan cursed inwardly, but he had to keep up appearances. How could I be? It's just a small amount of money. I'm not heartbroken at all. All right, sir. Please wait a moment. Your dishes will be here shortly. The waitress saw that Lin Bei had finished ordering and respectfully put away the menu. A bright smile appeared on her face. Chen Xuan looked at her smiling face and felt bitter inside. It's over. I'm broke. A moment later, a sumptuous feast was laid out across the large table. Lin Bei and Zhao Kong each grabbed a lobster and started munching, their mouths oily, clearly having a great time. The rest of them were also quite happy. The craftsmanship of a 5-star hotel is indeed excellent. Captain Chen, don't just sit there, eat up. Bai Kuang reminded him. Eating. Chen Xuan picked up his chopsticks. Bian Mingjun raised his glass. Come on, let's have a toast to Captain Chen. Thanks to his generous hospitality. Look at this vintage red wine, it's really top-notch. Chen Xuan, after they were wined and dined. The inevitable moment of paying the bill had arrived. The waitress smiled and said politely, Sir, your total is 45,382 yuan. Would you like to pay by cash or scan? This... Chen Xuan's heart was bleeding. He couldn't believe a single meal cost over 40,000 yuan. He would have to work for nothing for the next half year. Could you give me a discount, or maybe just waive the change? Sir, this is a 5-star hotel. If you sign up for a membership card, we can offer you a discount, the waitress explained. Forget it, I'll just pay by scanning, Chen Xuan said. He didn't have the courage to get a membership card at a 5-star hotel. Immediately after, he scanned the code and paid over 40,000 yuan. Staring at those 5 digits, Chen Xuan silently bid them farewell in his heart. But Lin Bei seemed very happy and clapped his hands. Nice. Made some money. Huh. The others were puzzled. They wondered, Chen Xuan is the one paying, how did he make money? Could his brain short-circuiting have gotten worse? Lin Bei, how did you make money? Bai Kuang asked curiously. Because this hotel is owned by my family, Lin Bei said matter-of-factly. Chen Xuan's eyes widened instantly, filled with confusion. Owned by your family? What the... Are you scamming me? He realized what happened and felt like vomiting blood. He thought to himself that they were all more troublesome than the last. Bai Kuang and the others were full of admiration, giving Lin Bei a thumbs up. At the same time, they whispered to themselves, this guy isn't stupid at all. Of course, Chen Xuan couldn't hold a grudge against Lin Bei. He could only force himself to find comfort in the idea that wealth stays within the family. After eating, the group walked out of the private room, intending to leave the hotel. Wait for me, I need to take a leak. Lin Bei felt the urge and ducked into the restroom. Whoosh! Lin Bei was peeing freely at the urinal when he faintly heard something. From the toilet stall inside came crunching and slurping sounds. What is that? Is someone eating poop? Lin Bei was curious. He pulled up his pants and walked toward the stall where the noise was coming from. He peeked inside and found the door was left slightly ajar. Through the crack, he saw 2 people inside, a man and a woman. The 2 were embracing. The woman was wearing a tight skirt, her wavy hair swept to one side, and she was writhing, seemingly impatient. The man was also enjoying it immensely, his large hands wandering all over her. But at this very moment, Lin Bei was shocked to see veins popping on the woman's face. Her eyes turned blood red, and fangs extended from her mouth. She went for the man's neck and bit down hard. The sharp fangs, like daggers, easily pierced into the flesh. Ugh. The man's body stiffened, his expression became one of agony, eyes bulging, and he began to convulse violently. But after a few seconds, he stopped moving altogether. Huh? So nobody was eating poop, they were eating a person. Well, I'm out of here. Lin Bei wasn't interested in that. He turned, washed his hands, and walked out of the restroom. Eh? Why did you take so long? I was worried you had fallen in. Chen Xuan was waiting at the door. Lin Bei shook his head. Oh, nothing's wrong, I just saw a cannibal monster inside. Pieft, which cartoon is this now? Chen Xuan didn't take it seriously. Let's go, they're all waiting for you outside. The 2 walked off down the hallway. A moment later, a woman in red emerged from the restroom. She straightened her clothes, returning to her youthful, beautiful appearance with an incredibly sexy figure. Even the passing male waiter couldn't help but steal a few glances. The woman just sniffed the air. gazing in the direction Chen Xuan had gone. She seemed to have caught the scent of prey. She was an infected bat-type awakened being, what people commonly call a vampire. Bats like to eat insects. So the blood of insect-type awakened beings was an absolute delicacy for her. It could also significantly boost her abilities. And so, sniffing the trail left in the hallway, the woman followed along. Elsewhere, Lin Bei and the others had arrived at the parking lot. Captain Chen, no need to work overtime today, right? I'm going home. Bai Kong stretched. No, we've solved all the cases. There's nothing on our plates now, so why work overtime? Chen Xuan waved his hand. Today was quite pleasant. But thinking about the 40,000 yuan lost, his heart still ached a little. Handsome, hi, could you spare a moment? Could you tell me the way to the subway station? Chen Xuan and the others were deciding who would drop whom off when a soft voice spoke up. They all paused, turning to look. They saw a woman wearing a tight skirt, with long wavy hair, a bursting chest, and straight, sexy legs. Handsome? Are you calling me? Chen Xuan's eyes were fixed. The woman brushed her hair and smiled slightly, appearing incredibly charming. Yes, I think you're quite handsome. Really? Chen Xuan's face turned red again. Back at Xingfu village, when the woman said Lin Bei was handsome, it left Chen Xuan feeling very awkward, so he didn't dare to respond to such compliments anymore. But at this moment, his confidence surged. He thought that the woman from before was a monster with low intelligence, which was why she said Lin Bei was handsome. This beauty before him is much better. Beautiful and sincere. She really has a good eye. Good grief, is this girl blind? Which eye of hers sees the captain as handsome? Bian Mingjun muttered on the side. Meanwhile, Zhou Kong had one eye squinting, while the other stared fixedly at the woman. He seemed to have seen something terrifying. He stumbled back 2 steps. Of course. No one was paying attention to him now, especially Chen Xuan, whose eyes were all on the beautiful woman. He thought about how he was already over 30, and still didn't have a girlfriend. And this beautiful woman right now seemed interested in him. Looks like spring is finally coming. Cough, cough. Beautiful. Are you asking for directions to the subway station? Yes, exactly. I just arrived in Jiangdong City and I am not familiar with it, so I am a bit lost. The woman spoke. Chen Xuan's eyes lit up. It is so late. I do not even know if the subways are still running, and it is not safe for you alone. How about I drive you home? Huh? The woman blushed, feigning shyness. This is too embarrassing. It is fine, it is fine. My duty is to serve the people. Rest assured, I will definitely get you home safely. Chen Xuan said, patting his chest. The woman acted coyly. All right then. It just so happens that there is no one home, so you can come in for a glass of water before you leave. Hiss. Chen Xuan drew a sharp breath. His heart was pounding. This is practically a green light. How exciting. Captain, are you not going back to the bureau? Then who is going to take Zhao Kong and Lin Bei back? Bai Qiong asked. Chen Xuan said, you take them back first and then go home. Do me a favor, please. Oh, all right then. Bai Qiong had no choice but to agree, thinking that if Chen Xuan could really find someone, that would be a good thing. He should support him. Then we will head off first. Bye. Chen Xuan took the woman into his car. He thought to himself that coming out today was worth it. He actually had a romantic encounter. The money spent on dinner was worth it. Under everyone's gaze, Chen Xuan's car sped away. The others all piled into Bai Qiong's car. The captain is really something. Feels like he favors romance over his friends. Wang Hu complained from the passenger seat. Bian Mingjun felt a bit strange. Does that girl really like the captain? I doubt it. Could it be a trap? Hey, can you not hope for something good for the captain? Bai Qiong interrupted. That woman is so ugly, she scared me just now. The dull-looking Zhao Kong suddenly patted Lin Bei's leg. Brother Bei, did you see? That woman had long teeth and blood-red eyes, just like a ghost. Hey Zhao Kong, you. Bai Qiong was about to say something, but suddenly paused. Ever since last time, they all knew about Zhao Kong's ability, which was the ability to see through demons and ghosts and uncover their disguises. Bian Mingjun and Wang Hu also instantly thought of something. No way, no way. Both their eyes looked toward Lin Bei at the same time, wanting to see what he had to say. Pieft, I saw it a long time ago. I thought that woman was eating something in the bathroom, but it turned out she was eating a person. I am very disappointed. Lin Bei shrugged, indicating he had seen through everything early on. Screech. Bai Qiong slammed on the brakes and the car stopped. Just like a ghost. Eating a person in the bathroom? The few people in the car all felt a chill run down their spines. A wave of coldness rushed to their hearts. What on earth was that thing? Did they run into a mutant monster again? But you do not need to be too afraid. I think it is just a vampire. Lin Bei tried to comfort them. Only the others grew even more nervous. A vampire? Just that? Quick, call the captain. Bai Qiong said anxiously, and proceeded to turn the car around to chase after where Chen Xuan had left. No one is answering the captain's phone, Wang Hu said while pressing his phone. Oh no. Bai Qiong had an urgent look on her face, thinking to herself, has Chen Xuan already been harmed? Sigh, I originally wanted to have a good meal at a 5-star hotel. Why did it turn out to be my last meal? Captain, why is your fate so bitter? Bai Qiong was filled with grief and stopped worrying about speed limits. She pressed the gas pedal to the floor. Wang Hu, hurry up and call Yurong, have her check the street surveillance cameras. Bian Mingjun, keep an eye on the surrounding cars and see if you can find Captain Chen. Got it. The two agreed immediately and started getting busy. Lin Bei, however, was in a relaxed mood, looking at the cars speeding past the window, feeling the strong acceleration. Woohoo, taking off. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan was driving, already distracted. He occasionally cast a glance at the beautiful woman beside him. Suddenly, he felt a hand touch his leg. Hiss. The electric sensation made his heart tremble. Is this moving too fast? Not at all. I have been waiting for this. The woman's seductive voice came, and she reached into Chen Xuan's pants pocket with her hand, took out his phone, and threw it to the back seat after turning it off. Chen Xuan, of course, did not stop her. He thought to himself that she did not want to be interrupted. But it was a bit too urgent, was it not? Chen Xuan slammed on the brakes and stopped at the entrance of a residential complex. It was quiet all around, with no one else in sight. Only the dim street lights set the mood. We are doing this in the car? Chen Xuan's lips went dry. The woman smiled slightly. Why, isn't it exciting in the car? Exciting, very exciting, Chen Xuan said quickly. He thought this was just too exciting. The woman licked her red lips and moved slowly toward Chen Xuan's neck. The erotic scene in front of him made his blood boil. He was on the verge of getting a nosebleed. But just as the two were about to get up close and personal, a sound of footsteps came from outside the car. Knock, knock, knock. A knocking sound on the car window rang out. Huh? The two immediately stopped. What is going on? They turned to look and found 5 eyes of varying sizes staring fixedly at them from outside the car window, and one of them was squinting. You guys... Chen Xuan saw it was his useless teammates. Are you kidding me? I was just about to start. The point is, being seen by them is too embarrassing. What are you doing here? Chen Xuan opened the door and got out of the car. Phew, thank goodness we are not too late. Bai Qiong saw that he was fine and let out a long sigh of relief. Chen Xuan was immediately unhappy. What do you mean not too late? It is obviously too early, alright? What is wrong with you guys? Of course we are here to save you. That woman is trouble. Lin Bei said he saw her eating a person in the bathroom. Bai Qiong said, "Huh?" Chen Xuan was stunned on the spot. He still trusted Lin Bei to some extent. There might be something suspicious about this. Then why didn't you tell me sooner? Chen Xuan said, feeling a bit resentful. I told you earlier. I told you the moment we came out of the bathroom. Lin Bei shrugged, indicating he would not take the blame. But Chen Xuan was speechless, remembering that Lin Bei did seem to have said that. I didn't even know her then.
The group stared cautiously at the beautiful woman in the car. They had only heard about vampires in foreign countries, but had never actually seen one. This one is an imported model. No one knew how strong she was. The woman frowned, her meal about to be ruined by these people. She stepped out of the car. She slammed the car door shut. What vampires are you talking about? Have you watched too many movies? Just say it if you are here to make trouble. This. Chen Xuan was a bit confused. He preferred to believe that the beauty was attracted by his handsomeness, rather than because she was a monster. Bai Qiong also frowned. Although she trusted Lin Bei, she really did not have any solid evidence right now. What if they were wrong? Making a false accusation would be a joke. We are from the Paranormal Bureau. Please come with us. We need to examine you. Humph, if you don't want to drive me home, just say so. I'll go back myself. The woman felt guilty inside. If she went to the Paranormal Bureau, the physical exam would blow her cover. She had to use this excuse. She turned around and was about to leave. Stop right there. Wang Hu shouted and reached out to grab her arm. But the woman reacted extremely quickly. And she was quite strong. She shook him off directly. Huh, something is definitely wrong. Because a normal person wouldn't be able to shake Wang Hu off like that. Seeing this, Bian Mingjun transformed his fingers into roots and wrapped them around the woman. Arg! The woman was tied up tightly, but she let out a raspy low growl. Her beautiful face turned pale instantly, veins bulged on her forehead, and two sharp fangs grew out from her mouth. Hiss! Chen Xuan gasped, his eyes wide open. The girl who was young and beautiful just moments ago turned into a hideous monster in the blink of an eye. Oh my God! Recalling the intimate moments they shared, Chen Xuan felt 1,000 emotions running wild in his heart. Quick, help! Bian Mingjun felt that the woman was very strong and was having trouble holding her down. The others finally reacted. Oh right, okay. They rushed forward together and started fighting the woman. The scene turned chaotic in an instant, while Lin Bei and Zhao Kong stood to the side, watching the spectacle. Man, Brother Bei, the vampire transformed, that looks so cool. Tish, isn't my transformation cooler? Lin Bei said with disdain. Cool, so cool. Zhao Kong laughed and said, since vampires have appeared, when will the werewolves come? I like werewolves the best. Werewolves? Lin Bei rolled his eyes. He remembered the system detected that Zhao Kong was a husky awakener. Come to think of it, he might have wolf genes. Werewolves could be considered his relatives. The battle was chaotic. The vampire was strong and agile. But after all, two fists can't fight four hands. Mainly because the woman was of a low level. A short time later, she was knocked out and subdued by Chen Xuan and the others. Phew, that wasn't easy. Chen Xuan panted, exhausted, looking at the beauty on the ground, filled with sorrow. It's so hard to find someone who calls me handsome. And it turns out to be a monster. My life is so bitter. Captain Chen, you should thank Lin Bei this time, or you might have been eaten by the vampire. Bai Qiong. Bian Mingjun chimed in. Captain, as the leader of the first team of the Paranormal Bureau, falling into a monster's trap is a bit embarrassing, right? This? Chen Xuan's face turned red. He thought to himself that he usually tricks others, but today he got tricked himself. It's all because he's been single for too long. Say, can we negotiate? When we go back, just say I used myself as bait, risking my life to successfully capture a vampire. That's not impossible. What about a 5-star hotel as a treat? Bai Qiong said with a wicked smile. Chen Xuan looked bitter. You are extorting me. Finally, the group brought the vampire back to the bureau to have Chen Yurong study her. Because vampires were only heard of in foreign countries, and now they have appeared in our country. This is an invasive foreign species, which is a very serious matter. Besides, how the woman was infected and where the source is. How many more are there? All of this needs to be investigated clearly, to avoid any chaos or public panic. Back at the bureau, a bunch of scholars and experts were very interested in the vampire. They interrogated her all night long. The next day, the Paranormal Bureau was still busy. The leaders attached great importance to the appearance of the vampire. After all, they are hard to deal with and highly infectious, spreading from person to person, so it must be contained immediately. After a night of interrogation, the woman has confessed everything, Chen Xuan said to several core team members in the meeting room. Of course, Lin Bei was also there. Director Lin has to oversee the big picture at every meeting, Chen Xuan said eloquently. Through that woman, we can find her superior, then follow the trail to uncover the real source. Follow the trail? Lin Bei loves melons, especially big watermelons. Bai Qiong asked curiously. How did she get infected? Who is the superior? The woman's name is Zhang Ying, originally a model for a company. According to her confession, she was infected by Xiao Wencheng, the chairman of Jinhao Company. A model? What did they do together? Bian Mingjun asked slyly. Chen Xuan glared. Is that the point? The point is that Zhao Wencheng is most likely a vampire too. Zhao Wencheng. This name sounds familiar. I think I've heard it somewhere. Bai Qiong fell into deep thought. Chen Xuan nodded, looking a bit solemn. Of course you've heard of Zhao Wencheng. He is a rich merchant who came from out of town to invest. He is only 24 this year, and a top-tier rich kid. Now with a net worth of nearly 100 billion, he has become the second largest business tycoon in Jiangdong City. Oh, I remember now. He is indeed a very powerful person. He's only second. Then who is first? Bai Qiong asked curiously. Chen Xuan looked at Lin Bei. Of course, it's Lin Bei's father, Lin Jiangdong. However, ever since Zhao Wencheng stepped in, the Lin Group's industries have shrunk significantly, losing hundreds of millions every day, and I guess they can't hold on much longer. Huh. The group looked at Lin Bei upon hearing this. But they found him with his head down, still playing with his fingers, as if he didn't hear a thing. Chen Xuan continued. Due to poor health, Lin Jiangdong had no intention of managing the business. Plus, Zhao Wencheng is a vampire himself. It is preliminarily suspected that he is likely a member of an exiled organization, using abnormal means to eliminate competitors and acquire massive business resources. They are professionals at this. Their primary goal is to topple the Lin Group, and if it continues like this, they will succeed soon. People also say that Lin Jiangdong is getting old and is no match for the young generation, and many companies have begun to turn against him. Captain, you, stop talking for a moment. Bai Qiong signaled with her eyes. Because when they turned around, Lin Bei had already stood up from his seat. Since when has Director Lin ever been treated like this? He just made 40,000 yesterday, only to see his family lose hundreds of millions in a single day. And Zhao Wencheng is abusing his special abilities, using illicit means. Isn't this just bullying an honest man? Chen Xuan came to his senses. Lin Bei, what are you going to do? Going out to find him. Lin Bei said. Ding. Keep it up, host. This system supports you. Chen Xuan was a bit worried. Zhao Wencheng might be a member of an exiled organization. It's dangerous to go after him rashly. Our leaders in the bureau also meant to observe him for a few more days. Observe my foot. Lin Bei ignored. He turned around and walked out of the conference room. Forget it, I have to go with Lin Bei. Bai Qiong hurriedly stood up. Bian Mingjun said, how can you leave me out of this? Wang Hu said, hey, wait for me, I'll drive for you guys. At critical moments, the reliability of his teammates showed through. The whole group rushed into the car. Of course. Chen Xuan only talked about danger, but his actions were quite honest. He was already sitting in the passenger seat and started giving orders. Bai Qiong, have Yurong track down Zhao Wenqing's location. I'll report to the leadership so we can act immediately, and it'll be easier to call for backup if we run into emergencies. As a prominent figure in Jiangdong City, it's very easy to track Zhao Wenqing's location. For long, the location from Chen Big Watermelon came through, the Emperor Hotel in Jiangdong City. Some say Zhao Wenqing's motorcade is parked there, and he's been staying at the hotel for several days. Moreover, that hotel is actually his property, Chen Xuan said. All right, received. Wang Hu stepped on the gas and headed straight for the Emperor Hotel. Coincidentally, this hotel is right near where they were yesterday by the Jiangcheng Hotel. It seems the encounter with the vampire last night wasn't a mere coincidence. Lin Bei sat in the back seat with no mood to look around. He looked quite grumpy. There's so much going on at home and Dad didn't even tell me. What does he take me for? The Emperor Hotel. Inside a luxury suite, a group of young people were dining together, decked out in luxury goods and jewelry. They were all second-generation wealthy kids from Jiangdong City. Brother Wenqing, you've already promised to be my boyfriend, so you absolutely cannot go back on your word, a girl dressed in skimpy clothes teased. The young man beside her, wearing a tuxedo with skin as white as snow, swirled the red wine in his glass, looking both evil and elegant. All right, I will love you well, Zhao Wenqing said with a sly smile. But a girl at the table said, Hey Xia, how did you become Brother Wenqing's girlfriend? Did you forget about Lin Bei? I remember you chased him for 2 years. As wealthy socialites in Jiangdong, they had associated with each other before. Liu Xia frowned. Ugh, don't mention that Lin Bei, it's bad luck. I heard he's already a fool now, nowhere near as good as Brother Wenqing. I must have been blind to like him back then. Really? The girl across from her curled her lip, clearly not believing it. They all knew it deep down. Back in the day, Lin Bei's family business was huge, and they were the richest in Jiangdong City. Now the Lin Group is failing, and Jiangdong City is about to belong to Zhao Wenqing. That's why Liu Xia switched to chasing him immediately. It's just that realistic. Brother Wenqing, when are you going to acquire the Lin Group? Liu Xia asked, fluttering her eyelashes. Zhao Wenqing took a small sip of wine, soon, no rush, within a year at most. Because he knew Lin Jiangdong was seriously ill. He wouldn't live another year. If it weren't for that, Zhao Wenqing would have sent people to take him out long ago. Now, he just has to let him die slowly. Come, let me toast you, wishing you success soon, Liu Xia said happily. She had pursued Lin Bei for 2 years. But Lin Bei had never looked at her properly. She thought, once Zhao Wenqing acquires the Lin Group, let's see what Lin Bei does. You ignored me back then. Now I'll make you unable to reach me. But just at this moment, the door to the private room was suddenly pushed open. Huh? Is this the room? Did I come to the wrong place? Lin Bei looked left and right, then up and down. No, this is definitely it, Chen Xuan said quickly. Oh, that's good. Lin Bei was very satisfied. However, this sudden scene left everyone in the room baffled. What's going on? Lin Bei? Liu Xia looked surprised and stood up directly from her chair. Lin Bei looked at her. His expression was puzzled. Who are you? Do I know you? You. Liu Xia's face darkened instantly. He actually said he didn't know me? However, she soon thought of something and felt relieved in her heart. Oh right, you were in a car accident and were hit into a fool. It's normal that you don't know me. Pooey, you're the little cutie. Your whole family is a little cutie. Lin Bei rolled his eyes at her. You. Liu Xia's face turned blue, and she silently told herself not to lower herself to his level. A young man next to her stood up and said disdainfully, Lin Bei, nobody invited you to this gathering. Why are you here? I'm here to find someone, the one called, what was it? Zhao Wenqing, Chen Xuan reminded him from the side. Oh right, that's him. Lin Bei suddenly realized, which one is Zhao Wenqing? Hey. Liu Shaya chuckled, seeing Lin Bei's appearance. He was clearly a complete fool. With the way you look now, why are you looking for Brother Wenqing? Who do you think you are? Well, because he is an infected monster, so I have to find him. Lin Bei said bluntly. Pieft. The people around couldn't help themselves and burst into laughter. An infected monster? You're killing me. Exactly, Brother Wenqing is perfectly fine. How could he be a monster? Ha 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 ha, I think Lin Bei is seriously slow. What a mental case. What a shame, he used to be a big shot in our Jiangdong city too. Is he failing now and jealous of Brother Wenqing? So he's hallucinating that he's a monster. Yeah, very likely, it's intellectual impairment. Their thinking is different from normal people. The room became noisy, and they looked at Lin Bei as if he were a freak. While Zhao Wenqing sat there, sipping his red wine to himself. Then he looked at all this coldly. Seeing them mocking Lin Bei, Chen Xuan was very annoyed. Watch your mouths. I am Chen Xuan, captain of the 3rd Squad of the Paranormal Bureau. Yo, so what if you're the Paranormal Bureau? People still didn't care. Ordinary people might be wary of the Paranormal Bureau. But everyone here was a wealthy socialite, a brat with a rich and powerful family who didn't care at all. How much does the Paranormal Bureau pay you in a month? Speak up. How much did Lin Bei pay to hire you? We'll pay double. Chen Xuan's face turned dark. Saying he was hired with money is simply an insult. Is he really the type of person who cares about money? These people are way too arrogant. They have no idea what dangerous situation they are in. Lin Bei, I advise you to get out of here right now. For the sake of our old flame, don't make me call the bodyguards to kick you out, Liu Xia said arrogantly, her arms wrapped tightly around Zhao Wenqing's arm. She wore a sweet expression. Lin Bei didn't pay any attention to her and casually pulled out his water gun. He aimed it at Zhao Wenqing. The crowd saw the water gun and burst into another round of laughter. Ha ha ha, Lin Bei, what are you trying to do? My God, am I seeing this right? You want to use a water gun to kill Brother Wenqing? Ha 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 ha, I can't take it, it's hilarious, my stomach hurts. It looks like he's truly lost his mind. I'm laughing so hard tears are coming out, ha ha ha. Even Zhao Wenqing himself couldn't help but laugh, just watching the show. Ding! System upgrade complete. The water gun is now injected with holy water of purification, capable of revealing demons. Lin Bei pulled the trigger of the water gun. A stream of golden liquid sprayed out, hitting Zhao Wenqing right in the face. Sizzle. Zhao Wenqing reacted as if he had been splashed with sulfuric acid. His elegant smile vanished as his skin began to rot. A soul-piercing pain hit him. Arg! A beastly growl escaped Zhao Wenqing's throat. Veins bulged on his rotting face, his eyes turned blood red, and 2 sharp fangs extended outward. He looked incredibly ferocious and terrifying. The once elegant young man transformed into a monster in an instant. The laughter in the room stopped, replaced only by the sound of Zhao Wenqing's painful growling. Like a wild beast, ready to tear someone apart. The rich kids were terrified, standing there in total shock. What's going on? Is Brother Wenqing really a monster? My God, I must be having a nightmare, right? Lin Bei was telling the truth. Mon! People scrambled to stand up from their chairs, and the room descended into chaos. Liu Xia was the closest to Zhao Wenqing, because she was holding his arm just a moment ago. Her face was drained of color, and she still couldn't believe what she was seeing. Brother Wenqing, you... Before she could finish her sentence, Zhao Wenqing grabbed her hair tightly. Ow! Liu Xia finally snapped back to reality. Lin Bei, help me, please, save me. Didn't you tell me to love you well? Zhao Wenqing said in a hoarse voice, then opened his blood-red maw and bit into her neck. Snap! Liu Xia's neck was bitten halfway through. Blood sprayed everywhere, hitting the white wall and leaving a shocking mark. And Zhao Wenqing kept swallowing greedily. He had completely turned into a bloodthirsty monster. Lin Bei watched Liu Xia's tragic death. He felt not a shred of pity. Instead, the corner of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. You thought you were a sweet little thing, but now you're dying fast. Help, Lin Bei, save me. Aren't you guys from the Paranormal Bureau? A few of the rich kids were cornered inside, with nowhere to run. They had never seen such a bloody scene. Some of them even wet their pants. Paralyzed on the floor, scared out of their wits. Move. Chen Xuan couldn't just stand by and watch him kill, so he leaped forward. Bian Mingjun's fingers danced, weaving roots to entangle him. Bai Qiang and Wang Hu followed right behind. But Zhao Wenqing was clearly much stronger than the previous vampire. He swung his fist back and sent Chen Zhuan flying back. Then he leaned down and took a bite. Chewing through the roots Bian Mingjun had used to restrain him. Hiss. Bian Mingjun gasped in pain and hurriedly pulled his roots back. Bai Qiang and Wang Hu froze at the sight. Why didn't it hold him down? God, I shouldn't have jumped in. Wang Hu gritted his teeth and wrapped his arms around Zhao Wenqing's waist. And Bai Qiang could only manage to pin down one of his arms. Chen Xuan dove back from the floor and clung tightly to his legs. The three of them used every bit of strength they had, just barely enough to hold Zhao Wenqing back. They held on for a while, but Chen Xuan couldn't hold on for long because Zhao Wenqing was immensely strong and seemed like he would never run out of energy. Chen Xuan looked at Lin Bei with a pleading gaze. Director Lin, quick, help us. Need help, huh? Lin Bei lifted his water gun. Pew. He chuckled and squirted a few more times. The holy water splashed onto Chen Xuan and the others with no effect, but to Zhao Wenqing, it felt like acid. Arg. He let out a roar and suddenly exerted his strength, throwing Chen Xuan and the others aside. I'm going to kill you. Zhao Wenqing disregarded everything and charged straight at Lin Bei. Kill me. The last person who died said the same thing. Lin Bei pulled another toy weapon from his waistband. Ding. System upgrade complete. Weapon transformed into the exorcism stick. Lin Bei swung the weapon and struck Zhao Wenqing hard in the face. Bam! Zhao Wenqing's head was knocked sideways. But with the vampire's rapid healing ability, it soon twisted back into place. Pew pew pew! Lin Bei sprayed his face with holy water a few more times. The skin that had just healed began to rot again. He covered his face with his hands in unbearable agony. Lin Bei seized the opportunity, jumped up, and gave him another whack. Then squirted a bit more water. Just like that, Lin Bei executed a combo move on him. Holy water purification, exorcism stick, holy water purification, exorcism stick, cycling over and over again. For Zhao Wenqing, it was like being lashed with a whip soaked in freezing water. The pain made him curl up on the ground, howling in agony. Chen Xuan and the others nearby were dumbfounded. They silently gave a thumbs up. As expected of Director Lin, he's just that strong. Following Bei's lashes, Zhao Wenqing's cries grew weaker. No matter how strong the physique, it couldn't handle such torture. Before long, he passed out cold. Sizzle. Lin Bei picked up the water gun and sprayed his face twice more. Seeing he had no reaction left, he felt a bit bored, and finally tucked away his two divine artifacts. Done. Awesome, awesome. Director Lin is amazing. Chen Xuan ran up happily and started flattering him, while Bai Qiang gave Zhao Wenqing a few angry kicks. The rich kids who hadn't managed to escape were trembling, still shaking all over. They couldn't believe Zhao Wenqing was truly a monster. Brother Bei, we were wrong. Sorry, from now on, you're still our Brother Bei. Yeah, how about, like before, we'll just hang out with you? Lin Bei looked at them, curled his lip, said nothing, and pulled out his water gun to aim at them. Don't, Brother Bei, don't shoot, sorry, we're leaving right now. The rich kids were scared out of their wits and scrambled to dodge the muzzle, fleeing in panic toward the box door. Lin Bei tucked the water gun back into his waistband. Tch, a bunch of cowards. Bian Mingjun was covered in cold sweat, clutching his hand tightly and feeling unbearable pain. Because on the webbing between his thumb and index finger, there were two deep tooth marks, still bleeding continuously. Hey, don't just stand there flattering each other. Come over and help me out. Huh, what's wrong with you? Chen Zuan hurried over. Seeing the tooth marks on his hand, his expression turned shocked. Damn, you got bitten by Zhao Wenqing? Bian Mingjun was pale. Yeah, am I going to turn into a vampire? That is hard to say. Chen Zuan frowned in thought. Vampire infection is very contagious. Then, what should I do? Bian Mingjun grew increasingly fearful. Wang Hu scratched his head. It should be fine. You were just bitten. You didn't have your blood sucked. We should ask Lin Bei. Bai Qiong suggested. Now, no matter what problem they encountered, they felt Lin Bei was the most reliable. Lin Bei walked over slowly. He tilted his head to take a look. Better start planning the funeral. Away. Bian Mingjun was terrified. I don't want to die yet, you have to save me. It is not impossible, just eat some garlic and you will be fine. Lin Bei mused. Because on TV, garlic has the power to ward off vampires. Eat garlic. Bian Mingjun was slightly stunned. If he had only met Lin Bei today, he certainly wouldn't believe it. But recently, the absurd methods Lin Bei came up with always had miraculous effects. Eat, I will eat it right now. Bian Mingjun trusted him deeply and went straight to look for garlic in the hotel. Ding, system detection. Bian Mingjun is not infected and does not need to eat garlic. It is fine, I want him to eat garlic. On the way back, the third squad sat in the car, having achieved another great merit. Bian Mingjun had just eaten a lot of garlic. Now his face was ruddy, and it seemed his wound didn't even hurt anymore. After eating garlic, I really feel much better. It seems we still have to listen to our director Lin. Hee, burp. You. Bai Qiong pinched her nose with one hand and waved her other hand to clear the air. Just close your mouth, it really stinks. Garlic wards off vampires. I am just exorcising evil for you guys. Bian Mingjun laughed. Chen Zuan, I want to kick him out. Wang Hu +1. The journey back was cheerful. The leaders of the Paranormal Bureau held the third squad in higher regard than ever. They had only extracted the leads through interrogation last night. And within 24 hours, it had already been resolved by the third squad. That is efficiency. With such a team, the public would feel much more at ease and have more trust in the Bureau. The Bureau leaders offered their praise, and even held a press conference. They let Chen Zuan take the stage to address the reporters, and he really showed off. Chen Zuan said, "Respected leaders and friends of the press, hello. Cracking so many major cases is, of course, not just my own contribution. I merely used my life as bait, luring the vampire deep into the night, and successfully captured it. Of course, no need to dwell on that. Let me talk about the missing tour group incident." Click. In a dark room, a young man turned off the TV, leaned back on the sofa, and his expression turned cold. Tell me what is going on. Sir, I am not entirely sure. It is still under investigation. A person nearby said tremblingly. The young man's face grew so gloomy it could drip water. He was a member of the exiled organization, and a high-ranking leader in charge of the Jiangdong city area. Everything had been going very smoothly initially. But Xingfu village was wiped out, and Zhao Wenqing, who was about to control the city's commerce, was now captured by the Paranormal Bureau. Is the third squad of the Paranormal Bureau really that strong? What is their situation? They have 2 bug-type awakeners, 1 plant-type all B-level strength, and another beast soul awakener. I don't know the specifics, but their level isn't high either. Just that? The young man's eyes widened in disbelief. Because both Zhang Ankang and Zhao Wenqing were not weak, especially Zhang Ankang, whose strength rivaled an S-level awakener. A few B-level ants ruined my grand plan? This is absolutely impossible. Are there no others in the third squad? If you insist, there are indeed 2 more. Oh, are they 2 powerhouses? No, they are 2 idiots. The young man. 2 idiots. What kind of team is this? The young man couldn't figure out how a few B-level awakeners, plus 2 idiots, could stir up such chaos in Jiangdong City. I cannot swallow this. Sir, they are, after all, from the Paranormal Bureau. Even if they are small fry, you have to respect their masters. We shouldn't make too much noise. The subordinate advised. The young man thought for a moment. Then what do you suggest we do? I think we can start with their weak points. Doesn't the third squad have 2 idiots? Handling them should be no problem. One of them, named Lin Bei, is the son of the richest man, Lin Jiangdong. He should be the weakest on the team. If we capture him, at worst, we can still demand money from his father, right? The man spoke eloquently. His analysis was very logical. The young man's eyes lit up. Very good, you truly are my wisest confidant. I'll leave the matter of Lin Bei to you. Sir, rest assured, your subordinate guarantees completion of the task. I will definitely capture him. 9 of dots. 2 of characters. Self-drawn. I won, pay up, pay up. At the Paranormal Bureau, Chen Xuan happily pushed his mahjong tiles open. Since everything was done, there was really nothing to do now. So the few of them simply goofed off on the job and started playing mahjong. As Chen Xuan put it, how lonely it is to be invincible. Meanwhile, Lin Bei was playing with a remote-controlled car on the side, looking very serious. A while later, Chen Daxigua opened the door and walked in with a smile on his face. Lin Bei, someone is here to see you. Guess who it is? Lin Bei looked up. Behind Chen Daxigua was a middle-aged man in a suit, his face beaming with joy, with a grin that almost reached his ears. Son, how have you been lately? Lin Xiangdong walked in with big strides, full of high spirits. He was just too happy right now. Because at yesterday's checkup, the doctor was shocked to say his illness had actually recovered. The cancer cells had disappeared. It was simply a medical miracle. Furthermore, things were also going very smoothly in his career. His longtime competitor Zhao Wenqing had inexplicably finished himself off. Ha ha ha, son, did you miss your dad? I remember now. Lin Bei continued to play with his remote-controlled car. Lin Jiangdong was slightly stunned, but didn't take it to heart. Son, Dad came here today with 2 things to tell you. 1 good news and 1 bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Just tell me. Lin Bei was not interested. Ha ha ha. Lin Jiangdong laughed excitedly. After the doctor's checkup, Dad's illness is fully recovered. Tell me, is this a medical miracle or what? Oh, so what is the good news? Lin Bei asked, looking up. Good. Lin Xiangdong was just about to speak, when he suddenly felt something wasn't quite right. Wasn't what you just said good news? Lin Xiangdong pondered to himself. Chen Xuan, who was playing mahjong nearby, acted mysterious, claiming he had already seen through everything. Mr. Lin, your illness was likely cured by Lin Bei, and that arch-rival of yours, Zhao Wenqing, was also personally taken out by him. What? Lin Xiangdong naturally didn't believe it. Captain Chen, you're not joking with me, are you? Of course not. Lin Bei is incredibly capable. He helped us eliminate a human-faced tumor, took down a vampire, and is a high-level awakener himself. He's practically an invincible existence. Chen Xuan looked proud, as if he were talking about himself. Of course, he didn't explicitly say Lin Bei was a triple-S rank, because it was highly classified, and it wasn't great for too many people to know. Lin Xiangdong was completely bewildered. A high-level awakener? An invincible existence. Is this really about my son? If these words hadn't come from Chen Xuan, Lin Jiangdong would surely have had his bodyguards beat him up. But when you tested him last time, you said Lin Bei wasn't an awakener. Maybe he hadn't awakened yet, or perhaps his situation is unique. Just remember that your son is invincible, and that's all that matters. Chen Xuan said affirmatively. Lin Xiangdong was overjoyed, being called invincible by the captain of the Superpower Bureau. In his heart, this was the highest praise. And besides, Lin Xiangdong felt deeply moved. His eyes grew a bit moist. The son he thought he needed to take care of had been quietly helping him all along. Not only did he cure his illness, he also took care of his biggest business competitor. Oh, my son, Dad is so touched. Come here and let Dad give you a hug. Get away, you're blocking my remote control car signal. Lin Bei dodged repeatedly, mainly because he felt his dad was being too mushy, and it was so annoying that he kept bothering him while he was playing with his toys. But Lin Jiangdong didn't mind. He still felt incredibly proud, because his son was just too amazing. Son, there's one other thing I need to tell you. You need to come home with me. Why go back? Lin Bei raised an eyebrow. Before the car accident, he was a man who didn't like going home, spending every night partying out. Now, he was still the same. Perhaps, from the day his mother mysteriously disappeared, he had no desire to return home. Lin Xiangdong explained. Because your second aunt is visiting from out of town and wants to come by the house to see you. Oh, those are both pieces of bad news. Lin Bei muttered. He already didn't like going home, let alone having to deal with those older relatives. But Lin Xiangdong continued. Your cousin Jiang Yai from your second aunt's side came along too. Cousin? Lin Bei's eyes lit up, and he simply tossed the remote control aside. Let's go, let's head home. Lin Bei still had a vivid impression of his cousin. The two of them often played together in their hometown when they were kids. Lin doted on his cousin so much that he once bought an entire amusement park just for her to play in. However, later on, due to the skyrocketing housing prices, Lin Jiangdong developed the amusement park into a residential complex and made a huge fortune. After growing up, Lin Bei and his cousin went their separate ways and never saw each other again. I wonder what that little muddy kid looks like now. Lin Bei followed Lin Xiangdong, escorted by a group of bodyguards, toward their family estate. Sitting in the back seat of the Rolls-Royce, Lin Xiangdong recalled Chen Zhuan's words. His face was still full of pride. Son, Captain Chen said you are a high-level awakener. High level. Exactly how high? About 3 or 4 stories high, I suppose. Lin Bei answered without looking back, twisting his Rubik's Cube. Lin Xiangdong was still curious. Then what kind of abilities do you have? Shh, that's top secret. Bai Xiaoman told me not to tell anyone. Lin Bei made a shushing gesture. Oh. Lin Xiangdong nodded, wondering to himself if it really needed to be that mysterious. The luxury motorcade drove into the magnificent estate. In front of the lavish villa, there stood a slender, fair-skinned girl with twin tails, looking very adorable with big, watery eyes that crinkled into crescents when she smiled. Cousin, I'm out here! Jiang Yi waved at the Rolls-Royce. The bodyguard opened the door, and Lin Bei stepped out. He looked Jiang Yi up and down from every angle. He realized that girls really do change a lot. The muddy kid who used to dam up puddles with mud had grown into a total beauty. Well, you've grown taller and more mature. Little Bei, do you still remember me? A woman nearby asked, her face full of warmth. She asked this question, seeming a bit nervous. Lin Bei glanced over. His expression stalled for a moment, because the woman looked 70% like his mother. Second aunt. Oh, it's been so long since I've seen my nephew. I've missed you so much. The woman responded heartily, unable to help but hug Lin Bei, her eyes welling up with tears. Lin Jiangdong felt just sentimental. All right, let's go inside to talk. It's windy out here. Look, I've got sand in my eyes. Inside the palace-like villa, the decoration was even more opulent. Lin Xiangdong had spent 3 billion building this villa back then. He spent a full 3 billion. Brother-in-law is little Bei. All right now, the second aunt asked tentatively, since she knew about the car accident and had visited him before. But Lin Bei had been unconscious for days and nights, and wasn't very clear-headed. His physical body is fine, but he suffered some head trauma, so he's not very sharp sometimes. But the doctor said, he'll slowly get better. Lin Xiangdong explained. Oh. The second aunt nodded, looking a bit worried, because she could also see. Just as they entered, Lin Bei took out a pile of toys, plastic soldiers, remote cars, and the like, and squatted on the floor to play with his cousin. But he didn't realize that his cousin had grown up, and didn't like playing with those things anymore. Lin Xiangdong smiled. Shufan, don't worry too much. Captain Chen from the Superpower Bureau just said that Lin Bei is a high-level awakener, the kind with immense power. He's the one who cured my illness. What? Second Aunt Shufan's jaw dropped in shock. She knew Lin Xiangdong had a terminal illness. A problem that no one in the world could solve. And Lin Bei could cure it? Jiang Yi was crouching on the floor playing with plastic soldiers with Lin Bei, and she was equally surprised to hear the adults talking. Cousin, are you an awakener? Yeah, of course, I'm super amazing, Lin Bei said without modesty. Really? Jiang Yi admired awakeners, because among normal people, they were 1 in a million and possessed superpowers. Cousin, what is your ability? Show me, please. Sure, no problem. Lin Bei nodded, actually agreeing to it.
Upon hearing this, the 2 adults beside him immediately focused their attention. Lin Bei is about to show off his awakened ability. Lin Xiangdong, in particular, was very curious. In Jiang Yi's big watery eyes, there was also full of anticipation. Lin Bei narrowed his eyes, putting on a mysterious look, and then slowly stretched out one finger. Watch closely. Mnkei. Jiang Yi nodded repeatedly, staring without blinking. The 2 adults next to them didn't even blink either. Lin Bei flicked his finger and simultaneously held up a second finger. Ta-da! Look, 2 fingers. How is it? Pretty cool, right? Silence. Total silence. Lin Xiangdong and the others were all speechless. A hint of awkwardness filled the quiet air. But they soon realized Lin Bei's mind wasn't quite right. Wow, that's so magical. Cousin, you can actually turn out 2 fingers. That's amazing. She feigned surprise, thinking to herself, when I was little you used to coax me. Now it's my turn to coax you. No way, you can't even hold up 2 fingers. You can't even tell that. You're too silly. I was just kidding you, ha 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 ha. Lin Bei sat on the ground laughing, rocking back and forth. Jiang Yi. Lin Xiangdong also fell silent. Shufan also fell silent. Ahem, well, dinner seems to be ready. You must all be hungry, let's go eat. Lin Xiangdong cleared his throat to break the awkwardness. In the luxury manor, Lin Xiangdong had hired many 5-star chefs. They specialized in all kinds of cuisines. Because of the second aunt and cousin's visit, today's lunch was exceptionally lavish. A table full of delicacies was spread out. Delicious. This dish is really good. Jiang Yi's cheeks were puffed up, yet she kept stuffing more into her mouth. Lin Xiangdong chuckled. If you like it, stay in Jiangdong City for a few more days and eat your fill here at your uncle's place before you leave. Hee, I can't even if I want to, because I got into Jiangdong University and I have to go register in 2 days. Jiang Yi smiled brightly, looking quite proud, because Jiangdong University is a key prestigious university with a 100-year history. It is also ranked among the top in the country. Oh, my niece is so impressive. You actually got into Jiangdong University. Lin Xiangdong was also surprised. The second aunt nodded in affirmation. Jiang Yi is a girl who studies quite diligently. Yeah, son, look at your cousin, and then look at yourself. Lin Xiangdong got too carried away for a moment and forgot that Lin Bei had a mental condition. Turning his head and seeing Lin Bei staring at him, he quickly said, never mind, it's nothing. Let's eat. Oh. Lin Bei continued to eat silently. A moment later, Lin Xiangdong spoke to Jiang Yi again. Niece, getting into Jiangdong University is a good thing. Your uncle will definitely support you fully. Thank you, uncle. The residential complexes near Jiangdong University were all developed by me, and there are even villas there. If you like, you can go live there. I'll send a few chefs to cook for you specifically. Your brother has quite a few supercars in the garage, and with his current intelligence, he's basically retired from sports cars, so you should pick a few to drive to school. Lin Xiangdong talked eloquently. Everything was arranged for her, perfectly shaping her image as a little rich girl. But Jiang Yi waved her hands repeatedly and said, No, really no need. I'll just live in the school dorm and eat at the canteen. I mainly want to truly experience the atmosphere of university life. I don't want to be treated specially. That's fine too. Lin Xiangdong nodded, understanding. My niece likes to stay low-key and doesn't care for that vanity. To avoid being talked about at school. At this moment, Lin Bei said leisurely, "Who said I've retired from sports cars?" The family was eating happily together. Outside the luxury manor, a jeep was parked far away. There were 2 men and 1 woman inside. The man in the driver's seat wearing sunglasses withdrew his gaze from the manor. Hey, Lin Bei actually came home. Heaven is really helping us. Brother Wang, I feel like the boss looks down on us, actually sending the 3 of us to capture a mentally handicapped person. The lean man in the passenger seat said indignantly. The woman with a slender figure in the back seat was dressed revealingly. You can't say that. Although Lin Bei is the weakest in the 3rd team, he has many people protecting him. Clearly, these 3 were sent by the exiled organization. They had followed him all the way from the Ability Bureau to the manor, and had been staking out the place all morning. The man in sunglasses pondered. The boss's intention is not to draw attention, and to have us quietly drag Lin Bei back. There are many bodyguards in this manor, so if it really doesn't work, we'll have to wait until tonight to take action. Hey, wait, Brother Wang, look, a car is driving out. The lean man in the passenger seat stretched his neck long, just like a turtle coming out of its shell. Oh. The 3 of them looked together. They discovered it was a supercar speeding out of the manor, with a girl in twin ponytails in the passenger seat, and the one driving was their target, Lin Bei. Why did Lin Bei come out? I don't know. Quick, follow them. Follow them. The 3 of them perked up and hurriedly drove to follow behind the supercar. At this moment, Jiang Yi's little heart was pounding. She was in Lin Bei's car. She was very scared. Her voice was trembling, even with a hint of a sob. Brother, can you actually drive now? I'm scared. No problem, I guarantee to deliver you safely to the amusement park. Hey, wait, which one is the break again? Jiang Yi. After the 2 siblings finished their meal and had nothing to do, they decided to go to the amusement park to reminisce about their childhood. They had originally planned to have the driver take them, but Lin Bei insisted on driving the supercar. And the result? Jiang Yi had to risk her life to keep her brother company. Of course, the amusement park wasn't far away. It was right near the manor. This was also invested in and developed by Lin Xiangdong, just to make it convenient for Lin Bei to go play. About 10 minutes later, Lin Bei parked the car at the entrance of the amusement park. Phew! Jiang Yi let out a long sigh of relief, feeling that riding in his car was more thrilling than a roller coaster. Let's go, let's get some ice cream first. There were many small shops at the entrance of the amusement park. Jiang Yi's sparkled. She had exactly the same idea. When it came to eating ice cream, she wasn't scared anymore. Soon, the 2 siblings were sitting under a parasol. They had a large box full of ice cream with all kinds of fresh fruit inside, sweet and sour, and they were enjoying it immensely. The crowd around them was bustling. It was incredibly lively. Peft! Brother, you've got it all over your face. Eat slowly. Jiang Yi took out a tissue and carefully helped Lin Bei wipe his mouth. A high school graduate, taking meticulous care of her brother who couldn't take care of himself. But right at this moment, a waft of fragrance came over. A charming woman sat down next to them. She had a slender figure, wearing a mini skirt and a crop top, with a wasp waist and a curvaceous figure, looking very sexy. Hey handsome, you look so good, can we get to know each other? Huh? Lin Bei turned to look. Ding. System scan. B-class plant type awakener ability. Can release fragrance to confuse the mind. Please host get away quickly. The mechanical sound of the system came through, but it was ignored by Lin Bei as usual. Hey, get to know each other. Sure, I love making friends the most. Seeing his agreement, the woman curled the corners of her lips into a smile. She had planned to use her charms to strike up a conversation with Lin Bei, and then whisk him away without a sound. Heh. What a cutie. He fell for it so easily. Jiang Yi looked around with her bright eyes. It was normal for someone like Lin Bei to be approached by others given his looks. But he came to the amusement park with me. Cousin, you are. Cousin, why don't you head back first? I'm going to go make a friend. Lin Bei said with a smile. Go back. Jiang Yi was completely bewildered. We just got to the entrance, haven't even gone in yet, and he's telling me to leave. I have to say, he's a bit of a skirt chaser. But if I leave, what about you? Jiang Yi was worried about him. Lin Bei just waved his hand. It's fine, it's fine. Just go back. If anyone asks, just tell them I went off to hang out with a friend. Oh, all right then. Jiang Yi stood up, looking back every few steps. Seeing that Lin Bei was indeed fine, she headed back on her own. The woman nearby grew even more smug seeing this. He's even cleared his schedule. No effort required on her part at all. He's walking right into the trap. She prepared to gain control over Lin Bei. With a thought, a wisp of gas emitted from her fingertips. This was her ability to confuse people's minds. Huh? It smells good. Lin Bei sniffed the air. Ding. System detected hallucinogenic gas. Automatic filtration for the host enabled. The woman's smile widened. Watching Lin Bei inhale the gas, she thought he would soon be under her control. Come with me. The woman stood up from her seat. Lin Bei scanned her, noticing her crop top miniskirt and round hips. So he gave her a smack. Smack. You? The woman's eyes widened. He actually patted my butt? But with so many people around, she had to endure it for the sake of the plan and didn't lash out. Fine, I'll let him have his fun for now. Ding, hey, I'm curious, how does it feel? It's alright, not as good as Chenda Sigwa's. Lin Bei muttered to himself. The woman was stunned, feeling deeply insulted. It's one thing to get fresh with me, but he says I'm not as good as someone else. What part of me is inferior to her? Hurry up and come with me, she commanded again. Where to? Lin Bei asked, staring at her. Huh? The woman found it strange. Was he not affected by her gas? That shouldn't be possible. She frowned and released a larger amount of hallucinogenic gas. But Lin Bei just kept staring right at her, as if nothing had happened. Why isn't it working on him? The woman was completely baffled. But then she thought, maybe it's because Lin Bei is mentally challenged and doesn't have a normal mind to confuse in the first place. She had to keep up the act. Come on, big sister will take you somewhere else to play. Let's find a quiet spot. Play what? Lin Bei asked. The woman gave a seductive look and swayed her body. Whatever you want to play, big sister will play along with you. I want to... Lin Bei scanned the area and quickly decided, I want to play with toys, let's go play with toys. Because next to the ice cream shop, there was a toy stall. Lin Bei ran over without hesitation, not even looking at the woman again. This. The woman gritted her teeth and clenched her fists, getting extremely irritated. Am I not as fun as toys? But for the sake of the mission, she had to endure it. She walked straight to the stall to accompany Lin Bei. There were plastic guns, water pistols of various sizes, balloons of different shapes, dolls, and more. Lin Bei picked up a model airplane, swishing it back and forth. Whoosh, taking off. The woman really couldn't take it anymore. Whatever you like, we'll buy it all, and then I'll take you somewhere else to play. Will you buy it for me? Yes. Buy all of it? Buy it all. The woman gripped her fists tightly, agreeing repeatedly. As a member of a lethal organization, acting like she was coaxing a child, it was truly beneath her. But what she didn't know was, buying Lin Bei all these toys was the biggest mistake she ever made. Lin Bei couldn't stop giggling. He grabbed every toy he liked, holding a doll in his left arm and grasping 5 or 6 assorted balloons in his right hand, with a plastic pistol tucked into his waistband. He had quite a haul. "All right, the toys are bought, can you come with me now?" the woman said with a grim face. "Wait a second. What else do you want?" "I need to pee." The woman. After much fuss, Lin Bai finally finished. The woman was physically and mentally exhausted. She had the urge to curse out loud. Fortunately, Lin Bai was finally following behind her, heading toward the jeep in the distance. Leaving the noisy crowd, the surroundings quieted down. "Why did it take you so long to bring Bai over?" The lean man in the passenger seat leaned his neck out of the window. Ding. System scan. B rank Awakener. Turtle Beast Soul ability. High defense. Take advantage of the fact that no one is around and get him into the car quickly, the man in sunglasses in the driver's seat urged. Ding. System scan. A rank Awakener. Mantis insect type. Ability. Blade attack. Ding. Detected hostile intent from them towards the host. The system suggests. Never mind, it's not worth mentioning. Are you complaining that I'm slow? Next time you go yourselves. I'm not doing it, the woman said indignantly, opening the car door to drag Lin Bai in. But to her surprise, Lin Bai was very cooperative. He sat in the car by himself. Because he was holding 5 or 6 balloons that filled up his body, only his little head was visible. Wow, he really is a cutie, crawling into the car by himself. I told you this mission was too simple, doesn't even show off my skills, the lean man grinned. The sunglasses man also laughed. Xiao Wei, you even bought him so many toys, you're really spoiling him, aren't you? Less talk. You think I wanted to buy them? Go ask what we're doing next. Bringing it up made the woman furious. The sunglasses man said, I already asked. The boss said once we catch Lin Bai, call the 3rd squad directly and see what those bugs are really capable of. Good. Call them now. It would be best if we stress them to death, the woman said viciously. At that moment, the sunglasses man took out his phone and dialed Chen Xuan from the 3rd squad. The sound of mahjong tiles shuffling could be heard from the other end. Hey, who is this? I'm playing mahjong here. Do you need something? If not, I'm hanging up. Ouch. You still want to hang up on me? Don't you realize I have your people? The man in sunglasses curled his lips slightly. Lin Bai has been kidnapped by me. I suggest you watch your back. Lin Bai has been kidnapped. Chen Xuan thought for a moment, surprised that they actually dared to kidnap Lin Bai. Given Lin Bai's strength, wasn't kidnapping him just asking for death? So he didn't take it to heart. Oh, well, keep him for now. I'm busy, let's talk later. I got a hand-blown win. I've won. Clatter, clatter. Beep, beep, beep. Hearing the sound on the phone, the man in sunglasses had his smile freeze. What is going on here? How's it going? Those people in the 3rd squad must be panicked, right? Ha 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 ha, the lean man beside him laughed. Humph, we can take our time playing with them, the woman in the back crossed her arms. The man in sunglasses twitched at the corner of his mouth. It seems we can't play anymore. Chen Xuan said just keep him for now, he doesn't care at all, and he even won with a hand-blown tile. What? Both of them looked surprised. He doesn't care? The man in sunglasses said, could it be that they don't value Lin Bai? That doesn't seem right. That's not how the Special Abilities Bureau operates. The woman grew even angrier, having gone through so much trouble and frustration just to get Lin Bai. And in the end, this is the result. Hey. Lin Bai was playing with a balloon by himself, letting out a series of laughs. The woman couldn't take it anymore. No, I have to give him a taste of our power. Since the Special Abilities Bureau doesn't care, I'll start by cutting off one of his arms. Swish. While groping around, the woman pulled out a shiny silver dagger. What are you doing? Are you trying to pop my balloon? Lin Bai turned his head, looking defensive. The woman's face turned red with anger. Pop your balloon? You've been kidnapped. I'm going to cut off your arm. I've been kidnapped. At this moment, Lin Bai seemed to suddenly realize. So he had been kidnapped. Is that a big deal? I thought she wanted to pop my balloon. So Lin Bai reached for his waist and pulled out a plastic toy gun. Don't move, put down your weapons, you have been surrounded by me. The two men in front saw this, and their faces also turned gloomy. They were already unhappy. They were in no mood to play with him. Xiao Wei cut off his tongue later too. Let's see how he speaks then, said the lean man. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Cruel look appeared on Xiao Wei's face. She had completely lost patience with Lin Bai. Of course, none of the three paid any attention to his toy gun. Ding! System upgraded. The toy gun has become a blast gun. Boom! Lin Bai had already pulled the trigger. Immediately, a tongue of fire erupted, hitting Xiao Wei directly in the chest. The immense power of the blast gun blew a huge hole right through her chest. Crack! The car windows all around shattered, and blood splattered everywhere in the back seat. There were even fragments of internal organs. Xiao Wei was still holding the dagger, but her face had frozen in shock. She looked completely incredulous. She slowly looked down. She found a large hole in her chest, where she could even see her heart beating more and more weakly. Thump! She fell down, her eyes still wide open. She died with her eyes unclosed. Even until her death, Xiao Wei did not understand what happened. That she would actually die from the toy she bought him. The two men in front stared blankly at this scene. They were also stunned. What is going on? Was Xiao Wei really killed? No, this guy is trouble, finish him off, said the man in sunglasses. Gai. Lin Bai, his cheeks stained with blood, showed a yander smile. He raised the toy gun and pulled the trigger again. Boom! With another gunshot, the entire car roof was blown off. The man in sunglasses leaped out. He escaped out of the car. The lean man's body shone with a green light, forming layers of tortoise shells to block the blast gun's power. Huh? Lin Bai looked on, realizing it couldn't hurt him. Of course, it was no big problem. Ding! System upgraded again. The toy gun has become a blast and piercing gun. Lin Bai aimed at the lean man. He pulled the trigger again. Bang! With a sharp blast, a flash of fire pierced through the man's tortoise shell defense. It hit his left shoulder. The immense power blasted half his body to pieces. Only the other half remained intact. In short, half destroyed. The man also stared with wide eyes and fell down, dying with regrets. What the hell is this? The man in sunglasses was about to break down. His scalp was tingling. A toy gun in Lin Bai's hands actually had such power. Is this the weakest of the third squad? He just realized the intelligence was wrong. Looking at the two broken and miserable teammates, a chill rushed straight to the heart of the man in sunglasses. Better run. Survival is what matters now. He muttered in his heart, and with a push of his legs, he jumped 5 or 6 meters away. Since he was a mantis awakened, and an A-level at that, so he was very fast. In the time it took Lin Bai to be stunned, he had already escaped dozens of meters away. Of course, it was still no big problem. Ding! System upgraded again and again. The toy gun has become a blast, piercing and tracking gun. Lin Bai pulled the trigger. A blast of fire actually chased after the man in sunglasses. Gah? The man in sunglasses was completely bewildered. That's possible too? But the fire traveled at an incredible speed and slammed into his back in an instant. The surprise on the face of the man in sunglasses remained fixed. A large hole was blown through him as well. Organs spilled out, and he collapsed to the ground. Lin Bai put away his toy gun with satisfaction. The battle ended, and everything around was in a mess. Severed limbs and flesh. Blood flowed everywhere. The huge explosions naturally attracted the surrounding crowd. Ah! People are dead. This is too miserable. It's so disgusting. Woo woo woo, I'm so scared. What should we do? What should we do? Quickly call the police. Find the people from the Special Abilities Bureau. Soon. The third squad received the report of a murder not far from the amusement park entrance. It just happened to be in their jurisdiction. Now Chen Xuan couldn't play mahjong. Because there was a murder, they had to go and investigate. Not long after, Chen Xuan brought people to the scene. From far away, you could smell the stench of blood. There were many onlookers around, whispering to each other. Make way, make way. Chen Xuan walked forward. A moment later, he saw a young man holding a balloon in his right hand and a panda plushie in his left. Lin Bei, why are you here? I was kidnapped, Lin Bei said heavily. Chen Xuan asked curiously, where are the people who kidnapped you? Over there. Lin Bei pointed to the messy battlefield. Chen Xuan looked up, quickly finding the broken corpses, limbs and blood mixed together, truly a horrific sight. Is this what you call being kidnapped? You call this being kidnapped? Chen Xuan had indeed received a call earlier, saying Lin Bei had been kidnapped. Looking at it now, those bodies belonged to them. Tsk, why go and provoke him when everything was perfectly fine? Chen Xuan muttered to himself, then smiled and said to Lin Bei, no worries, just leave the cleanup here to us. All right, then I am going home to play with my cousin, Lin Bei said. Chen Xuan quickly and politely asked, would you like me to drive you back? No need, I drove my own supercar here. Lin Bei pointed to the cool supercar in the distance. Of course, he wasn't showing off the car, he was showing off the fact that he could drive a supercar. Chen Xuan gave him a thumbs up, expressing deep admiration. The news of the murder at the amusement park entrance quickly went viral online. Many people filmed short videos and posted them on Douyin. Reporters from Jiangdong TV also rushed to report on it. Shocking. 2 men and 1 woman died tragically at the amusement park gate. Is it a twist of human nature or a loss of morality? Explosion at the amusement park entrance. 2 men and 1 woman died on the spot. The truth behind this makes one ponder. The amusement park murder case, is it man-made or a natural disaster? Let us explore the hidden truth together. In a dark room, a young man watched the report, so angry that his nose was almost crooked. His henchman standing next to him was also silent on the spot. Tell me what is going on here, the young man said, suppressing his anger. This, I have no idea either. The subordinate looked miserable. Earlier, the young man was just about to call the man in sunglasses to ask about the progress of the matter. As a result, as soon as he dialed the number, the report appeared on TV. The people were dead. Sometimes, while people are busy making calls, they die first. The fire of anger in the young man's heart was hard to extinguish. Didn't they say Lin Bei is the weakest one? Why did all 3 sent out die? I think someone must be protecting him from the shadows. After all, Lin Bei is mentally challenged and certainly doesn't have such skills. The subordinate analyzed seriously. The young man thought about it and felt that what he said made a lot of sense. Could there be others daring to go against us? Sir, looking at the scene of the report, it was so tragic. They must have gone through a fierce battle. The opponent is not weak. We cannot give him a chance to catch his breath. Issue a dark bounty immediately, a reward of 1 billion to take Lin Bei's head. Let's see if he can still protect it. The young man said furiously, staging a battle of wits against the air. The dark bounty is no longer limited to exiled organizations. Hitmen from all over the world can take on the bounty mission. 1 billion? The subordinate's eyes widened when he heard that. Even he was a bit tempted. Otherwise, I should go myself. Lin Bei returned home. The TV report followed suit. His cousin Jiang Yi's eyes went wide. A tragedy at the amusement park. Brother, did you see it when you were there? I saw it, Lin Bei said without looking up while playing with his toy car. Phew. Jiang Ye patted her chest, feeling it was so scary. Just after she left, a murder happened. What a coincidence. Lin Bei looked up. Do you still want to go to the amusement park? Not going anymore. Jiang Ye shook her head quickly. She wouldn't dare to go to the place where a tragedy just happened. Lin Bei leaned over. Then where should we go to play? Let's go to somewhere with a lot of people. Jiang Yi checked her watch and found it was only 3 in the afternoon. It was still early. She could go out for a stroll. How about we go shopping downtown? It's crowded and lively there. Jiang Yi felt downtown was safer. And as a girl, she had a special love for shopping. Lin Bei nodded. Sure, as long as I am not at home, going anywhere is fine. After discussing, the two decided to head out again. Before leaving, Lin Xiangdong gave them $1 million in pocket money. Spend it however you want. Originally, Lin Xiangdong wanted to send some bodyguards to follow them, but he was flatly refused by Lin Bei. He hated those black-clad idiots. By dusk, people who had been busy all day were off work, and Jiangdong City was exceptionally prosperous. The streets were bustling with people. The skyscrapers on both sides were glistening in the sunset. The two siblings were licking their cotton candy, walking into a large shopping mall. It was spacious and bright inside, with various high-end counters shimmering with jewelry, selling famous watches, gold, silver, and jewels. Brother, look, this pearl necklace is beautiful. Jiang Ye's eyes twitched. Lin Bei was not interested in this, because you can't play with a necklace. However, one could take the pearls off and use them as marbles to flick. Pack it up, I will buy it, Lin Bei said magnanimous. Ah. The nearby sales clerks were all stunned. They had thought the two were just looking around since they were young, but they didn't expect them to buy the necklace right away. Sir, the price of this is 1,800. Swipe mod. Money was just a number to Lin Bei. No matter how much. Just swipe the card. Brother, I was just saying it casually, you don't need to spend so much. Jiang Yi was very touched. Lin Bei didn't care at all. It's fine, when the time comes, we can take the pearls off and use them as marbles to play together. What? Jiang Ye was full of question marks. The jewelry store clerk was packing the necklace. A group of people walked in at the entrance. Boss, that is the target. The leading man shook his head, observed the surroundings and said, while we are at it, let's rob the jewelry store too. Hey, boss is wise. A cruel smile appeared on the faces of several people. Ding. System scan. Discovered a C-class insect-type awakener, silkworm pooper ability, silk binding. The system sound rang out. Lin Bei turned his head to look and indeed found a person walking over while shaking his head. Behind him, followed by 4 brawny men. But they were just ordinary people. Ding. Detected that these few have malicious intentions, please host. Feel free to do as you please. C-class awakener. Lin Bei counted on his fingers and found that they were not as high level as Chen Xuan and the others. How rare to be so weak. Jiang Yi was all smiles. She took the wrapped necklace from the clerk and thanked them politely. Then she turned and asked, Brother, the necklace is bought. Where else are we going? How about you go home first? Lin Bei said suddenly. Jiang Yi was stunned. Back at the amusement park, he had chased her away already. Now they had been in the mall for less than 5 minutes. And he told her to go back again. Am I not welcome? Then should I go? Nobody move. This is a robbery. Just as Jiang Yi was lost in self-doubt, a thunderous shout erupted from inside the room. Click-clack. Several large men pulled out pistols and chambered their rounds. Ah, help me, save me. Run for your lives. Boo-hoo, please don't kill me, I beg you. Panic instantly broke out among the crowd in the room. Jiang Yai's pretty face twisted in agony. What happened to the safety of the city center? Why am I running into another robbery? Hands on your heads, everyone squat down now, the big man bellowed viciously. People dared not resist and all huddled on the ground, trembling with fear. Except for Lin Bei. He remained standing there. Hey, a gunfight sounds fun. Brother, please hurry up and squat down. Jiang Yi tugged at Lin Bei's pant leg filled with worry. But Lin Bei remained unmoved. Instead, he pulled a plastic toy gun out of his pocket. You... Jiang Yi grew even more desperate. Brother, this isn't a game, you're going to get yourself killed. The men smashed the counters to grab the jewelry, everything proceeding in an orderly fashion. Clearly, they were repeat offenders. But the ringleader didn't join his partners, his gaze fixed on Lin Bei. Heh, it seems the intel was correct. What a little cutie, this money is way too easy to earn. He started to feel fortunate. Lucky he arrived early. Otherwise, someone else would have scooped up this bounty. Go to hell. He shook his head and spat out. Countless white silken threads sprayed out, like sharp arrows. Whoa, impressive, truly living up to the silkworm moniker. Lin Bei found it novel and raised his plastic gun, preparing to shoot. Ding. System strengthening. Hey, wait a minute. Look out. Before the system voice could finish, a sharp female cry rang out. Lin Bei felt a whiff of pleasant fragrance. A woman tackled him to the ground. Those sharp threads happened to pass just over his head. Ouch. Lin Bei cried out as he hit the hard floor tiles. But his chest felt unusually soft. Especially those two lumps of something. Lin Bei turned his head to look. A girl was lying on top of him, her skin fair, her profile exquisite and flawless. The girl tilted her head, watching the big man cautiously. But soon, she felt something was off. Your hand, where are you putting it? You're pressing down on me. Lin Bei's magic claw was already cupped against her chest. The girl's brows furrowed. But now was not the time to worry about such things. She flipped up. With agile movements, she rushed straight at the thugs. Seeking death. The thugs pulled their triggers without hesitation. Bang, bang. But as the girl swept her arm, a gust of wind blades surged out, deflecting the bullets right back at them. In an instant, the men who fired were struck by their own bullets and fell to the ground dead. An awakened one? Ding. System scan. B-class beast soul awakened. Chicken ability. Wind blade. Chicken? Lin Bei found that strange. At this, the head thug's brows knitted. He didn't expect such bad timing. To run into an awakened one. He opened his mouth again, spraying countless threads at her. But the girl was extremely fast. She dodged, then extended her fingers, grabbing the man by the throat. Cough, cough. The man nearly choked on his own silk. The next moment, the girl tightened her grip. Snap. The man's neck broke, his head lolled to the side, and he died. His level was too low, he was no match for her. And a faint red energy slowly flowed from the man's body into the girl's palm. The chicken eats the silkworm. Perfect match. She could devour the man's soul power. The surrounding crowd stared blankly, clearly shocked by her fighting prowess. Too fierce. She took down the brutal thugs in just a few moves. Everyone, don't be afraid. I am Yi Ling, captain of the Supernatural Bureau's second squad. The culprits have been killed. You are now safe. Wow, someone from the Supernatural Bureau. No wonder she's so powerful. Thank you so much. The people thanked her as they walked out of the door, leaving the crime scene. Lin Bei curled his lips, feeling a bit disappointed. I didn't get to do anything, and I even got bumped by the floor tiles. Hey, I saved your life. Don't you know how to say thank you? Yi Ling crossed her arms, looking at Lin Bei with a frown. Did I ask you to save me? Lin Bei asked back. Yi Ling became indignant immediately. You are so ungrateful. If it wasn't for me just now, you would be dead. Hey, women only slow down my draw speed, Lin Bai said dismissively. With that gun of yours? Yi Ling looked at the plastic gun in his hand, clearly a child's toy. Even real guns can't kill awakened ones. Who could that piece of junk hit? I'm so sorry, my brother. His brain isn't quite right. Please don't hold it against him. Jiang Yi quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Oh, that explains it. Yi Ling seemed to understand. What normal adult carries a toy gun? Lin Bai spoke up. I am Director Lin of the Supernatural Bureau. You're just a captain, you don't rank as high as me, so you have to take my orders. Pieft. Yi Ling burst out laughing. The Supernatural Bureau only has a Director Li. Where would a Director Lin come from? But considering his brain condition, she just let it go. All right, take your brother back home. Remember to take good care of him. Yes, thank you, Sister Yi. Jiang Yi nodded hurriedly and thanked her, then grabbed Lin Bai's arm. Let's go, brother. Let's go home. I'm scared here. What's there to be scared of? That thug was weak. I could have killed him in one shot. Also, I really am a director at the Supernatural Bureau. I'm not lying. Yes, I believe you. Just let's go. Jiang Yi dragged Lin Bai out the door. Their voices faded away. Yi Ling watched the siblings walk away and suddenly remembered something. Wait! I just let him touch me for free. After leaving the mall. Jiang Yi was still very shaken, especially concerning her cousin. He had almost lost his life. Brother, I think you should properly thank Sister Yi Ling. Maybe make a banner or something and take it to her. Giving them a banner, is that fun? Lin Bai pondered. Yes, it's fun, it's really fun. Jiang Yi nodded repeatedly. Let's do it tomorrow. I'll take you, we'll go together. After all, she saved our lives. If you're happy, then fine. Lin Bai shrugged, indicating he didn't care at all. Thinking back on what happened today, Jiang Yi felt it was a bit strange. Because at the amusement park, Lin Bai told her to go home, and then a murder happened immediately. It was the same just now in the mall. She quickly connected the dots, suspecting that Lin Bai's ability might be the power to foresee danger. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence?